What is up, everybody? Alright, let's get to, I guess we'll do some summer, and then we'll do, like, Chad's Units versus the Dragon or something. We'll see. We'll mess about. I just wish the summer event was fun, because then I could just, you know, play it, and... But it's so boring. Also, 107 extra missions done, by the way. Claim all, one of these days. How everybody doing? I'm over here on the hopium that the anniversary coming up in JP is going to be like, you know, could be animation updates, could be new low stars, could be story replay, right? You never know. Although at this point, I don't think we're getting story replay until 2.0 is over. Like, I can basically guarantee you that we are not getting story replay this year because they're doing this. They think this is cool and they think this matters and they think this means literally anything, but they're doing this stupid, you know, Road to Lostbelt 7 thing where you get to replay, you know, a couple of stages for like a week. And they're like, that means something. So if they did story replay, literally no one would care about that. Not that they really care anyway, but, so yeah, we're definitely not getting it, right now. But yeah, we just ended. Saber Kojiro. I wish that would be a thing, but very unlikely. Like, if they did Saber Kojiro, they would want an excuse to, like, really change his design. They don't want... You know, they'll do, like, Saber Lily and regular Artoria and Saber Alter, and that's fine, but that's because it was from, like, a pre-existing work, right? Like, if they did Saber Alter now, she would look really different. For no fucking reason, but they just would, right? So I just don't see them doing Saber Kojiro unless they come up with some, like, nonsense. Okay. More extra missions done. But hey, at least we've got, you know, Assassin Kojiro, and if you want to use 5 billion FP, you can get him to 120, and then he's like a grilled 4-star at that point, which is kind of nice. You know, I thought about rolling on, like, I have like no SQ, so it's not really the time for that, but like, I thought about YOLOing for Yang CE, but really, if I try to get it on NA, I would just get it next year, because I don't really have any SQ right now. And like, if I really want to min-max a unit and show them at their absolute best, I would just do it on JP, because I already have it, so. Okay, is there any waivers about? I actually want to see the damage between Spartacus, because he's an event servant, and Musashi, because she's an event servant, but she's NP1, as a lot of like random 5-stars will be. And then Spartacus is NP5, so I want to see. And then he has a damage CE, because he has a battery skill, but she has K-scope, because she doesn't have a battery skill. So I want to see what happens here. Was it Cinnamon Bunnies? Easy enough. No capital letters, though, I can't help but notice. But thank you for the 11 months. I appreciate it. Almost a year. Alright, so I guess I can't use waivers buffs until Musashi's on the field. Alright, Chad, who do you think is going to do more damage? I actually think it might be Spartacus. I don't know, I may be on Copium because, you know, he has a 1-star and he's level 70, she's level 90. And Spartacus is health statted, right? His stat distribution favors health, where I don't think hers does, so... But yeah, it might be Spartacus, because NP1 is, because it's not just NP1, it's NP1 and a damage CE versus, NP5 and a damage CE versus NP1 and no damage CE. Is her third skill 10? Because that's her damage skill, because that'll matter too. I see it here. Yeah, it's 10. Okay, so she does have her max damage for NP1. But yeah, I'm leaning towards Spartacus, but yeah, it could just be Copium. Alright, now there's alignment nonsense, or attribute nonsense, so this might not be perfect, but oh, we don't even need Spartacus's battery skill. Actually, then couldn't I give her... If I have an excess 30, I think I could give her a damage CE. Okay, I guess to be fair, we don't give either of them the attack buff. we'll have her go first. Alright, let's see what she does. Now, if I use Castoria, she would be ahead, surely, because then Castoria has the unique buff for art. Okay, good luck figuring out how much she did to a single target off of just that, because there's only 2 targets to be... Okay, so a total of 200. I think Spartacus is going to beat that. I've used him enough that I'm pretty... Okay, well, the extra dude didn't spawn, so, the thing is, like, I can do math, so if he, you know, if he does 100k to the 2, then, obviously he's way ahead, so... We'll see. But yeah, that kind of sucks that the rare one didn't spawn. This is from Mabinogi. I think it's Ouroboros, actually. Yeah, it's Ouroboros. Mabinogi. No, he still did more. No, he still did more. Even though he technically did less damage, but he was only short by 20k. And he only hit 2 targets. So Spartacus did win. It was close though. Like, if she was in P2, she would win, right? But I tell you what, if we give her a damage CE, that might change, so hold on. So we waiver again. I want see if I can get one with the rare spawner though, because that makes this more fair. Not a lot of people slotting it, let alone on waiver. I guess I could use I could use Castoria and just not do her art up, I suppose. Oh, there is a waiver there, but no spawn booster. Spawn booster on Castoria. Am I forgetting something? I think that would work, right? Well, no, because if I gave Musashi a damage CE, Castoria actually wouldn't give her enough battery. That's weird, but no. Let me think. Because we give we give 30 to Spartacus. He has his own battery. He's at 50. So then you could give Castoria a second skill. So it would be fine. Again, you don't use. For some reason, I was thinking we need to do the second skill on Spartacus. I don't know why I was thinking that, but no, we don't need to do that. So this is pretty much the same thing. Problem is I can't quite make their CE the same because this one's not 100. I guess just to be fair, we'll give the higher one to Spartacus because he is. I mean, look, it's 8k attack versus 15k, so I guess that's fair. But obviously, that's slightly disadvantaging Musashi, so we'll have to remember that. All right, off we go. I think they're really close, though. I think I can damage. They're almost tied. Which, if you grailed Spartacus beyond, because 70 is not much, right? It's 1 grail. If you grailed him up to be gold, then he would be winning. But then if you got Musashi to NP2, then she'd be winning by quite a bit. But then if you got Spartacus up to 100, then he'd probably be winning again. Which I wonder if that's true. I wonder. I would really like to test that. So it'd be a Musashi with her 3rd skill at 10, and Musashi at NP2, right? And then maybe at level 90. But then Spartacus at level 100. Like, that's I'm actually really interested in. And then if Spartacus is winning, then what about if Musashi is NP2 but also level 100? I feel like she'd have to be winning at that point because that's a big stat. But I don't know though. Spartacus all the way up to 100 is an extra 30 levels. That still closes the gap more than just her extra 10. But then her going to NP2 is a pretty huge boost. Like you see the largest damage increase from NP1 to NP2 on most units. There's a few exceptions, but yeah, I would think she would win at NP2 almost no matter what. I think the only way he might win if she's NP2 is if he is level 100 and 2k FO'd, and then she is level 90. Or maybe if she's 100 and just 1k FO, like maybe then. But yeah, they're gonna be close. They're gonna be close. Spartacus though still has an edge in that he just has his self battery, right? So he's more versatile for more setups. Like Spartacus is no joke, like absolutely not. And then if you grail him, you get some good stuff. However, there's no way around this. Musashi, for most players, you're going to use Castoria, right? We're kind of intentionally not taking advantage of Castoria because we're giving them equal buffs. Because you could be using Beach and Oberim and all that kind of nonsense for Spartacus. But let's just be honest, people use Castoria the most, and so she has the best synergy with art units. So it's so easy to use Castoria with Musashi, where if you're trying to do Spartacus stuff, you're going to need Waver specifically, or then Beach, etc, etc. But Spartacus was also in the game since the beginning, before Castoria, so... And new accounts also don't... You start a new account, you can't just bust out Castoria and summon Musashi, it's impossible, right? There's no way. Even if you have a friend to summon one of them, you're not going to have the other. Okay, hopefully the rare spawn pops up. Alright, let's see what we get here. I mean, the thing is, Spartacus can loop. Like, no joke, you can multi-NP on Spartacus with the right support, but it's easier to do it on Musashi. I mean, ultimately, I guess anyone can loop to an extent if they have, like, double Waver, honestly. And then you got Beach and Oberim and that kind of thing, but, you know, Castoria makes it very simple for art units. Oh, I wasn't looking! I literally looked at chat. What was the damage? I didn't see the fucking damage. What the hell? Oh, so 230. Okay, that's a good bit better than last time. So I think she's gonna win this one. But it's fucked up because we don't have the third enemy again. I'm bringing 2 rare spawners, and we're not getting not getting the rare spawn. That kind of sucks. Probably have to do it again. Yeah, obviously we're doing it without the RDEP, but the reason we're doing it without the RDEP, like you literally have to do it without the RDEP, because if you were actually trying to go ham with Spartacus, you'd be using like, you know, Merlin or Waver or whatever, and that wouldn't help Musashi, so you pretty much have to do it that way. But I think Musashi's ahead now, even without that third enemy. It's only by a bit. I don't think she's like way ahead, but I do think she's ahead. I want to do it though until there's a third fucking enemy. I just want to get that. Well, Spartacus might. Let's see. What did he have? With Waver, he's got the damage plus, which is not a big deal. It's 500. And then Waver is 30% attack up. Isn't Castoria? Is she 30 or 20? I actually forget. Look this up. Because, you know, she's got the 50% RDEP, so it wouldn't shock me if they made her attack up lower. Yeah, she's 20. Yeah, her attack up is only 20, so it's actually less for Waver. Okay, well, there's Waver, so that gives them both 30, which is probably more ideal here. Wait, that's not the rare spawn, though. We really need that rare spawn, because I only have the 1 CE myself. Nobody. Oh, there we go. Oh, nice. They just logged in, so they might be in chat. Feels good. No Yang CE for me. Feels bad. Well, the good news is it is coming back, you know, next year, so you can save up for it then. Let's see, does this guy have... Oh, yeah, this guy's a huge Gilgamesh fan. So if he wants Gilgamesh to be, like, you know, the most you're gonna get, then you do want to have Poster Girl as an option. But thankfully, Gil's not, like, the most... Like, Poster Girl is really good on him, but just because of the kind of unit he is, he's more team-oriented anyway, so it's not too bad. Alright, let me make sure I don't actually have another... Okay, yeah, I don't have another spawn CE. So, I think we're boosting the spawn rate by 30%, which... And it has a base spawn rate of I don't know what, but it can spawn without any CEs. So, theoretically, it should not be this hard to get this done. So is Fuji no? Yeah, that's true. But yeah, just save up then. Save hard. And have enough for both. I tell you, I don't want this to convince people that like don't really do last man standing stuff, or they don't do budget setups, or they don't do solo, because that's where Yang CE is good. It is occasionally good in full-on team play, but like, okay, Yang CE is good in team play on budget setups because you don't like have this, you're not winning crazy fast, so you long-term value CEs start really mattering. So for budget setups, Yang CE is ridiculously good. For solos, it's ridiculously good. And last man standing, it's good. And then it is good when you need piercing vulnerability, right? But for a lot of people using like meta supports, full team stuff, it's not that big of a deal if you don't get it. It's just not. You're probably going to use K-Scope or something. But if you're like really big into doing what I just said, like any of the stuff before, if you're into any of that stuff, you really do want to save up SQ for Yangtze, just so if you want the option to have like Pinnacle, solo value, or you know, just disgusting long-term value and that kind of thing. It's just good to have it in the pocket, right? And again, like for me, where I don't use it in my videos, I still like to have it though when I want to mess around and compare, like, well, how much easier is this with Yangtze? Same for Poster Girl, right? I don't use Poster Girl in my videos, but I'm glad I have it because I can do it without it, and then I can do it with it, and I can see the difference and stuff like that. So yeah, for me, it's like a really big deal. I really like having it. But yeah, just depending on how you play the game, it might not matter at all. I always say this, it's not really that, okay, if it's not limit broken, it's good for circumstances where you need Piercing Vulnerability, like specifically. But then it's not really good beyond that, because it is always a battle to justify a long-term CE, because the initial value you get out of starting NP is massive, right? If it's 50%, 60%, or 80%, the starting NP front loads your team's value by a huge amount. So not having starting NP lowers your initial value big time. For example, for like the first 3 or 4 turns, like if it's Golden Sumo versus Yangtze, Golden Sumo's gonna win, right? If like you just like stop the fight after 4 turns and like how much did you get done, the Golden Sumo is normally gonna win. It depends on the setup and the unit and so like it depends, but generally it's gonna win. But as the fight goes on longer and longer and longer, the Golden Sumo just starts catching up, and then getting ahead and ahead and ahead. And, you know, so if it goes on for a long time, it's like way, way, way ahead. The problem is when Yangtze is not limit broken, it's getting less value every turn, right? And so the difference between it and like Golden Sumo or Aerial Drive or whatever is way smaller, and it may not even have an advantage anymore. Like if it's just level 20, right? Because if Yangtze is level 20, right? The amount of attack stat it gives you is so far behind, like a level 100 Golden Sumo, Aerial Drive, whatever, that a lot of its like 35% damage boost is just being wasted. You're losing it on making up for the lack of attack stat, right? Where when you limit break it, not only do you get another 5% damage, but then you also get a higher attack stat. So if you can't limit break it, it's kind of eh. Like at level 80, right, it's pretty good still, but if it's only like level 20, level 40, it's kind of eh. But what you can do is like grab a copy of it, maybe grab 2 copies of it, and then wait until next year, right? And then save up. That's actually what I did. I didn't limit break it on the first year. I think I got like 2 copies of it or something, and then I saved up a bunch and I waited for next year, and then I got horribly bad RNG, and it took way more SQ than I would like to get the remaining copies, but you know, okay, let's actually pay attention to the damage. In B4 though, the alignment is favoring or hurting one of them, or what do you call it, attribute. Okay, no Mystic Code. I swear, if we don't get the rare spawn again, I'm gonna be pissed. Not just because for testing, but because when you bring this many rare spawn boosting CEs and you do the stage this many times, it's like you really should get one. Okay, 230. Look how big of a chat. Look, seriously, I'm not just memeing. Look how much of a difference Golden Sumo makes compared to K-Scope. Like that is so much more damage, right? It's because you're getting the higher attack stat, you're getting the 15%. And that 15% is hitting all 3 targets. The rare spawn did. You're kidding me. How? I don't understand. Okay, we're not even testing on this one. Let's do this till we kill it. We just gotta do it until the rare spawn. Dude, that's ridiculous. That's so ridiculous. The both man attribute? Okay, well that's perfect then. I really do think Musashi's ahead though. It's not by a lot, but I do think Musashi's ahead. Like if we grailed Spartacus to 80, then I think he'd be about tied, or Spartacus might be slightly ahead. And if he was 90, he'd probably be ahead. And if he was 100, then he's absolutely ahead. But then if she was in P2, then I think she would get ahead again. But then if he's 2K foed, then he might beat her if she's in P2, he might win at 100 2K foe. Which I tell you, that would, if you have a Spartacus like that, I'm sure that is super convenient for farming. Yeah, the unicorn might be Earth. That would make sense. So Spartacus would actually do less damage to him. So we should just have Spartacus NP get waiver again, and then just have Spartacus NP on the second wave, because we know that she did 230. So the books are Sky, and he's Earth. So actually we were kind of screwing over Spartacus there, because I'm pretty sure Spartacus does less damage to the unicorn wannabe. And then I can't remember if Man does more to Sky, so I don't know if Musashi was getting bonus damage or not. Okay, so this is Skull Waiver, 10, 10, 10. That's Spawn Booster. Yeah, we'll just switch them around while Spartacus go first. Now, that's going to be super unfair though to Musashi if the third one doesn't spawn, because her defense down won't be hitting a target. Oh, I guess that's true for Spartacus though, his Buster Up's not hitting a target, so it's been that way this whole time. Basically, it would just be nice if the stupid rare spawn would spawn. But having them rotate on wave 2 is fair, so no big deal. Well, I always say with like FGO, a really good way to play it, if you're like frustrated with the game, because there's a lot of reasons to be frustrated with FGO, is just play it when there is an event. You're like, oh, this looks cool, right? Or when there is new main story, because generally the main story doesn't disappoint, I would say, in terms of like fun boss fights and getting to use your favorite characters and stuff. But like, if you've got like a decently established account, I don't think there's any reason to log in every day if you're not feeling it, right? Like, you know, if the game doesn't like earn your attention, don't worry about it. Like, if they put out some boring ass event, don't play it. It's not a big deal. And yeah, you might miss out on a command code or whatever, but the game's not so hard that that's going to screw you over, right? If anything, it'll just make the challenge quest that you do care about, or the main story that you do care about, more interesting, because it'll be harder. So yeah, that's generally what I say. Now, I wish that wasn't the case. You know, I wish it was more like, you know, Arknights, especially with that new game mode they just added, where you just kind of always have something fun to do, something to challenge you. And if you get like a new unit in Arknights, you can just go use it against a bunch of content, right? You can't do that in FGO. I wish that was not the case, but you know, that just is what it is right now. Okay. Well, let's do this. But yeah, it is depressing sometimes, especially because I like the Fate franchise so much. Oh wow, no, he smoked her. Even if we counter low-high roll, because there's 3 targets, I would say, yeah, because I'm kind of surprised by that. So she did 230, roughly, and he just did 271. Oh, now a fucking, the rare spawn pops in. What a joke. So yeah, I guess Spartacus is still ahead. That makes me actually a lot more confident than if she's NP2, but he's level 100, he probably wins. Because, I mean, that's 30 levels for him. That is a lot of stats. I really do hope the 7th anniversary does something good. But honestly, this road to Lostbelt 7 just, like, kills my expectations for them doing like story replay. Like, of course they're not going to do it. Wow, she only, yeah, the 211. So this wave definitely makes you do less damage because of this guy. Yeah, wow, Spartacus is definitely ahead then. Not by like, you know, an outrageous amount, but he is definitely ahead. And that is, her third skill is 10, so it's as high as it gets. I really wish they weren't doing Road to Lostbelt 7. It's just lame anyway, and it just... That's always how they deal with, like, story replay. Like, I'm sure if, like, Nasu got asked in an interview directly, like, you know, why isn't there story replay, and are you gonna add it? I'm sure he would bring up Memorial Quest and Road to Lostbelt 7. And, like, saying that they might do more stuff like that. I just... I don't know what their fucking deal is, but it's like, they don't want to do it. Or, I don't know. I'm hoping once 2.0 is over, though, they'll do it then. Because, you know, 3.0 is probably going to be pretty disconnected. Have I done what I need to do to... Nope, I need to do mission... 13. Wait, didn't I look at this last time and the game wouldn't tell me what mission 13 was? I feel like that's what happened last time I played this. Let me see here. Oh no, there it is. Okay. Complete a total of 8 free quests in Cottage in the daytime. Surprised I haven't done that because that's one of the first available stages. Let's see, they drop bronze and silver. Okay, you know, if we can get a Castorio real quick though, we can show off though Musashi's damage with that. They don't drop gold. Wait, yes, they drop silver and bronze, I think so, but that's not the one we want. We'll just do this one. That's fine. You know, I bet you Arash can still clear the first wave, even though they're Lancers. And I could always give him the attack buff, because we're probably not going to use it on this stage. Yeah, he's got that. No problem. So Arash becomes even better for farming when they add the passive system, because he gets the starting NP, and that means he can easily NP with no help. You don't have to use buffs from Castoria, Waver, you know, whatever you're using, and then he'll do more damage because he can have, you know, aerial drive, golden sumo, drunken jolter, whatever. So yeah, just more damage. Yeah, I tell you, if you want like easy mode farming and you don't want to like use any of your SQ rolling on like Vij, Castoria, any of that stuff, you just grail Arash to 100 and you grail Spartacus to 100 or 90. Like 90 is the economical thing to do. But yeah, you just grail them up and you know, get their skills up, and then when they get their passives, have good CEs for them like golden sumo or aerial drive, and that's 2 waves down for almost any stage, right? And then you can get Arash's 3rd passive too, so I think it's Caster or something. It's Caster or Rider, so that those will be even easier for him. They're good for lottery events too, actually. That's because they do have that extra battery. That's the thing. Because if you have, let's say you're using a lottery CE, right? And the lottery CE doesn't have starting NP. Now, sometimes the devs are merciful and the lottery CE has a starting NP on it, but you know, it just depends. Anyway, but let's say worst case scenario, lottery CE, no starting NP. You have Arash's 3rd skill, which is 30%. You have his passive, which is 20%. So he's at 50. Just boom, he's at 50. So, you know, if you're using like Castoria or whatever, you can still get quite a bit done with him. Like, he can still pretty easily clear the first wave. Then you bring in another unit that maybe has their own self-battery, stuff like that. Now, generally though, the best way to deal with like no starting NP is to do like units that refund themselves, right? Like Arash though still fits in pretty well because he kills himself and then cycles in a new unit, right? So that's like that makes him better than Spartacus for lottery events, I would say. But generally, if you have absolutely no starting NP at all, the best thing to do is try to do refund. But you can't always do that. Like, just straight up, you're just not always going to be able to do that. Sometimes you're going to have to accept that the best way for you to maximize your lottery boost is to like 4-turn or 5-turn, right? Like, sometimes chasing the 3-turn actually screws you over. Like, abso-fucking-lutely it does. Like, that's a mistake I just see a lot of, you know, people make, actually, is they overly try to 3-turn and they sacrifice like drop bonus or what have you. It's just not worth. Alright, I guess we'll have Musashi go first here. But yeah, when lotteries have starting NP on them, then it's so easy to use like Spartacus or Rock. And again, especially if you have their 20% free battery from the passive. But no, I really stand by this. If you were wanting to be a free-to-play, you want to make sure you have good farming options, you don't want to roll for Castoria and stuff like that, you know, grail Spartacus and Arash to 90 at least, get their passives, and then even if every once in a while you have like a lottery event where you don't have starting NP on a CE, also I like how the name is having to scroll, by the way. I don't think JP's ever had to do that because, you know, JP characters are the way like Japanese language works, so you can fit more. But anyway, even for those few events where like Spartacus or Arash might not do as well and you end up like 5 turning or whatever, who cares? That's a pretty small price to pay in like the grand scope of your account, right? Like, wow, every like other lottery event, I might have to sometimes not 3 turn. But the trade-off is you've been farming super easy all the time for every other event, and you have gotten to save a ridiculous amount of SQ. And if you're wanting to like save that SQ to roll on your favorite characters that presumably for this person it would not be Castoria or whatever, that's more than worth it. Like occasionally having an event that you're a little bit slower in is not a big deal because you're not even going to be that much slower. That's the thing. Like, because even if you wanted to do it the other way, right, where on those events where you don't have starting NP from the lottery CE, if you want to bring like slightly less lottery boost drops, just so you can just get the farming over with faster, right, in terms of like your playtime, you just want to autopilot easy mode 3 turn, and even if you have to do more runs in total or whatever, you don't care. That's fine too, right? Like, wow, once a year, every other year maybe. You have to, slightly farm inefficiently. Oh no, right? Like, who gives a crap? Like, chat, if you do something inefficient in FGO, the inefficiency police don't actually bust into your house and take you to FGO jail. That doesn't actually happen, right? If you prioritize fun or like doing something in real life, it's actually not a big deal. But I need to farm 30,000 boxes. Yeah, that is how some people are. Alright, I think we got to do that stage 2 more times. I really should change my setup though, where I don't actually need the support here. And I could just, I don't even need the support if I bring like, Mordred? I don't know why I've forgotten Mordred's name. I'm just getting old, man. It's like one of my favorite characters in Fate. Forget the name. 10 out of 10. To be fair, when you play all these games, like, FGO, and just keep up with Fate in general, never mind FGO, and, playing Arknights and stuff, there's so many bullshit names running around in my head, it's like, it's kind of a mess. Now, Arash at 120, now we're really getting somewhere, because if you take him to 120, you've obviously 2k foed him as well, right? So we were talking about a 90 Arash. Well, if you take him to 2k foe, that's essentially another 10 levels. 100, that's another 10 levels, so now we have 20 levels stat-wise more. And then you go to 120, that's another 20 levels. So you're like 40 levels higher stats from a 90 Arash, essentially. So that's a huge damage increase. So yeah, you can muscle quite a bit at that point. I almost used waivers buffs. Actually, it wouldn't have mattered, because Mordred doesn't need as much help, so. But actually, if I give her K-Scope, she doesn't need any help whatsoever. Yeah, I would not even be playing this event if I didn't want the command code. I want the buff success chance one. But I owe some people some dragon solos, so if they pop up in chat, we'll do that. I'm not going to consider doing summer event all stream, like no way. Let's see how much Mordred does in comparison to what we've been seeing. Like Spartacus had that 271 earlier, which is pretty good. Mordred, though, is proper counterclassing, so she's getting the extra multiplier. And yes, there are time gates in this event. However, I'm playing it so slowly that I don't have to worry about it. I'll be lucky if I get it done in time. I think I will. I've been playing. What I try to do is I play it a little bit when I wake up, like if I'm getting breakfast and stuff. And I'm trying to play it before I go to sleep at some point. That way, I use a good chunk of my AP and. Hopefully that's enough to get the command code by the end of it. But yeah, I'm not really stressing out about it because it's just NA. I'm not really worrying about my NA account being top tier. Okay, I think she's NP3 on this account. Something like that. She definitely went in there. Yeah, 390. Yeah, that's a good bit. Okay, one more. And then we'll go mess around with the dragon. Boy, I need to get off my butt though, and I need to I should have given, I just messed up. I thought I was gonna go to the team screen because, yeah, he would work. Like, Shakespeare's totally fine, but I would need to give, Mordred, K-scope. Or Urgent Sakura scope, like, whatever would work, but, yeah, I forgot it didn't go to the team screen there, so... Oops. Anyway, I need to get off my ass on JP, and I need to finish the maze event rerun, whatever your main interlude nonsense. Because, you get to keep the comma fight, and the comma fight, I think, is going to be even better than the dragon for testing. Because it's harder, most classes get to do whatever they want, and then there's gimmicks, so... Like, you can win with raw value, but you also get value for your niches, like if you have debuff clear or whatever. So it's going to be a really good stage for messing about. Also, you can toggle the difficulty and things like that. So Mordred could actually still NP without help here if I'd leveled up her passive. But I haven't actually finished it. That's the same for Spartacus. So actually, you could do it with all this nonsense with Shakespeare if... I had just leveled up my stuff. We'll probably get it anyway because of this. Yep. The Kama's going to get bullied a lot, but I suspect she'll win more than she loses. Like Richard does, right? Richard wins more than he loses. Like, I think a lot of units will fail to solo that fight, but a lot will win too. Like, it's, you know, it's not that hard. Although if you ramp up the gauge, that'll get pretty tough. Alright, I'm gonna buff just because I want to see the damage. We haven't been using our damage specific buffs. I forgot to buff a Spartacus there before, but he didn't need it. Oh great. Did I unplug it this time? Nope. So yeah, I started playing on emulator on Arknights so I could avoid this, but on FGO, you know, it's still technically against terms of service, so I'm still using the monitor setup, and it just randomly crashes sometimes. I've had periods though where it won't like crash for like a week. I've been trying to figure out what is causing it. All right, there we go, I fixed it. At least with FGO though, when it, like the reason like with Arknights why I just instantly switched to emulator was because, well, I guess one, because it's not against terms of service, but because they have an account system and you can switch between emulator and your phone with literally no hassle. And also in Arknights, if it would, if like the monitor would switch off like that, it would make you fail the stage. And if you were playing the roguelike mode, apparently I guess we won the stage we just did, and it just happened off screen, I guess. Anyway, but yeah, if you were playing the roguelike mode and the monitor would crash like that, it would make you fail your entire run. So you could be playing like the roguelike mode and have a good run going, and you're like 2.5 hours in, and then it glitches out, and then you lose the entire run. It's like, what the fuck? So yeah, I just immediately switched to emulator, where yeah, FGO, not so simple. Also, Arknights on emulator doesn't have like sound issues. It doesn't like glitch out where FGO does. And every emulator I know of, like LD Player, BlueStacks, all of them, they have sound issues with FGO. Let me at least do this because it might switch us to nighttime or something. Dude, I don't like roll ever in Arknights. I rolled way back on the Rainbow Six banner, and that's like all I've done. I've thrown like a couple of tickets now and then, and I've done like the free 10 summons they give you because you know they do that. But yeah, I've just been stocking up on resources in Arknights. So if they ever do add someone I really like Big Bob or something, or they rerun Rainbow Six, I'm gonna have so many rolls, dude. I'm just gonna be insane. Yeah, Big Bob. I'd be very happy if they added Big Bob. The only bad thing is if they added Big Bob, he'd probably be a 5-star or a 6-star. Probably a 5-star. I don't think they'd make him a 6-star. But anyway, he'd probably at least be a 5-star. And I like him so much, I would really want to like make an exception and use him when I do stuff. But then like my title would have to be free-to-play, Rainbow Six, and Big Bob. It's like, that's getting a little Little much, a bit of a mouthful there, but Big Bob is kind of great. I'd probably do is I'd rotate. I do 1 to 4 stars and then Rainbow Six, and then sometimes I do 1 to 4 stars and Big Bob, right? Oh, was there a rerun for Rainbow Six announced? Like for the Chinese server? I didn't know that. People were like, oh, it's never coming back. I remember a lot of people were saying that. Do we know when it is? Because whenever China gets it, we get it like 6 months later or something like that. Although with collabs, actually, it might not, the timing might not be as smooth, but I don't know why I didn't cast that on turn 1, but I suppose it doesn't matter. But yeah, do you have more information about the rerun? Because that's what I want. Get all the potential and all the Rainbow Six characters. Just like that game's version of MP rank. I wonder if she crit the crap out of us there, if we would die. I think we actually would, because she has this crit buff. Especially with Buster. If she like double Buster crit us, I think we would just die immediately. I remember that that Mordred versus Enkidu interlude fight. I think it's Enkidu's interlude, and you play as Mordred and like a 1v1 against Enkidu, and you absolutely can lose that even if you play perfectly. Now, if you play perfectly, your win rate is pretty good, but it is possible that Enkidu just ends your life. And like you can get on that fucking JP event, dude. I've played it on enough accounts now. I've done it like 3 times. Where you play Orion against like the bugs in the book or whatever. You can play stupidly good there, and you can absolutely lose because you just happen to not crit and they crit you, and you'll lose like 2 turns sooner. And even if things go well, you barely win that stage in time. So yeah, if you get bad luck and they get like kind of good luck, you absolutely can lose. I've lost that stage on my Gilgamesh Achilles account, and I played perfectly. Like I took it slow. I made sure I was not making any mistakes. So I wanted to test it, and I played totally perfectly. And I failed a 60% crit and a 70% crit, and yeah, I just didn't kill one of the bugs on a turn that I could have, and then I was just no matter what. No, after that turn, no matter what I did, I would lose because you can't like target switch well enough. So I physically could not kill like enough enemies before I would die, like no matter what, unless we like triple buffed on a turn or something crazy like that. So yeah, it's really annoying. Okay, it's still not nighttime, but we haven't actually finished the main story segment here. Yeah, like when you're losing, like you do have to play correctly, because I will say if you play wrong, you could lose even if you did crit. But if you play right, it's just down to critting, and like if the enemies crit as well. Because if the enemies don't crit, then you can get an extra turn. But yeah, if they do, it's not happening. Yeah, that stage is dumb. It's like I'm totally okay with like NPC versus NPC fights where it's challenging, but when it's just coming down to RNG like that and it's so simple, right? You don't have a lot of decisions to make, then I'm not really a fan. Okay, like I like how you can't get this text off your screen. Are you kidding me? Wow, it even over. What the fuck? I guess if you hit menu, maybe you'd get rid of it, but I think she was done talking there anyway. Alright, I wonder, there was that guy last time that wanted me to use his melt, but I'm not sure he's here at the minute. I'll check, 'cause he had it in all slot. Hey, Dragon. Event shop? Okay, well that's one way to do it. Oh my god, of course someone is doing that. Like, yeah, Liz is popular enough that of course someone is doing that. Let's see how far they're going here. So, the interesting though, no faux pas on any of their support units. I wonder if they're just stocking up on faux pas and they're not using them yet. Because all you have to do is log in. Okay, that's not Golden Sumo. When you look, chat, whenever you level Holy Night Supper to 100, you're on copium. Because this is worse than Golden Sumo at everything, and it was added to the game right after Golden Sumo. Right? So you only do this if you're, one, lost and you just like Jolter too much. Look at this, he has Golden Sumo, and it's level 100, but he doesn't have it on Liz. But clearly Liz is his favorite character. Well, actually, no, Liz is not clearly his favorite character. He may not have Gramps coins. Because even though Gramps is in P5, that doesn't necessarily mean he has enough coins. Let's hold on, let's take a peek. So he bought this. He has no faux pas. Okay, I'm not sure what's going on here, to be honest. I'm really confused because... like, Gramps has the better command codes, and Gramps, again, is in P5, which is much harder to do on a 5-star than an unlimited 4-star. But she has the extra levels. So I'm not sure what's going on here. And they're both 2K FO'd, so he obviously likes them both a lot, right? Like, obviously likes them both a lot, but then why is he choosing Liz over Gramps, but then Gramps has Golden Sumo and the better command codes? I need an explanation here. Let's see, is this one 100? Wait, doesn't Onyx normally like hype Ushi? Am I getting my people confused? Because I know there's a guy in my JP named Onyx, and his name is Black, but you can't do the color code in A. So I think this might be the same guy who's just playing both accounts, but it could, I mean, Onyx might be a common enough name that it's two different people. Unfortunately, this guy's not in chat right now, so I'm not gonna get an answer. This makes me sad. Normally I can kind of like puzzle it out, like what they're doing and why, but yeah, I'm not really sure on that one. Alright, let's see what our boy Poi is doing. So obviously, I know this would happen. He's obviously going with the stall foe trap base. He's got the faux pas, he's got the you know, normal card boost. He's got 102 already. Let's see though how far along he is with coins here. We got these two, which that makes sense. I wonder how many copies he's gotten. That dictates how far he can get into 120. Interesting. But yeah, I knew he would go with that one. That's easy. You know, we could do Gramps against Richard again, and at 110, I'm sure he would win. But I think we've already had him win before, and not the insta-death instance. Obviously that happened, but got Jolter there, very upgraded. Every time I see Jolter, and when she's like, anytime I see a unit like that upgraded, I'm normally happy to use them, even if I don't like the unit. And like Jolter, I don't mind, so you know, I'm like, yeah, we'll use that. But she doesn't have an animation update, and it's just the saddest thing ever. Like, imagine being that upgraded, and you have fucking day 1 sprite. Brutal. Wait, we've got a 107? What? I didn't see that. Oh, John. Yeah, I know. We've been following this one for a while. Need more embers. Yeah, that's how it goes. Building Gundam Nichols. Oh, no. We got Big Ongra. Not actually at 106 yet. That's a good CE for him, especially in team play. That's the way to do it. Look at this. Look at this. He's even got the command card boosts. And on quick because of his 3rd skill, and he's Bon 10 obviously, so he's got the better one. Well, there is a big melt. That's not the one we were looking for, but you know what? We'll do that one just to kind of benchmark if we end up getting to use the stronger one. See how she does here. It's a good CE. I wonder if it's 100. Okay, not 2K foe yet. That's because this is Saber Nero's ult account, and I don't think he keeps up with it like super closely, but still pretty far along there. That's so rare though to see someone pass level 100 and then they're not fully 2K. I feel like she wants default. Does she though? Her skills are ridiculously good. How long can she live? Yeah, we'll go Atlas. I have faith. I'm here, my melt just isn't showing up for some reason. Okay, we'll just like maybe relog when I'm about done, and we'll just do melt again. I want to kind of benchmark anyway, because this is kind of this is a really upgraded melt, but it's way more normal. And then yours is like, you know, going way beyond, so. Yeah, there's literally no point in using archers against the dragon. Like, Billy the Kid can solo it. Right, he's a 3-star, not even a particularly good solo 3-star. So, like, every archer in the game can solo it, so it's just nothing. But the thing is, people like think it's only like a small difference between counterclassing and being neutral. It's massive, right? The dragon is twice as hard if you're at neutral opposed to being an archer, right? It's such a huge difference. And so it kind of turns the dragon, because the dragon really just isn't that hard if you're fighting him like, you know, proper, like counterclassing and bringing units that make sense and all that. He's ultimately just kind of easy. But if you do it at neutral, then it makes him hard. But yeah, the real nutty thing is when you win and you're being counterclassed, because the value hit then is just so big. Like the difference between counterclassing the enemy versus being counterclassed yourself is pretty massive. It's actually harder to quantify at that point because you die from being attacked so much faster. It just like warps your value and what you can get out of your skills to basically an unrealistic degree, right? It nerfs you so much it doesn't mimic any kind of real gameplay that you would ever be in, really. Yeah, no, I'm gonna cast Evade early. But I'm not gonna do it until one turn before, because sometimes the dragon just buffs a lot, and then if you're cutting it really close, it just doesn't work out. That's why like PFA is so good, because you can just cast it on turn 1 and it doesn't matter. I don't know though, there's actually an argument to be made on Melt not to cast her Evade early because of the Star Bomb. Let's see. Arash is 3-hit quick, and he has Stargent up. I think she's either 3 or 4. I don't actually remember. I'm gonna look this up. Getting really hardcore about our stars here. All right, she's 4-hit. I think she wins then. The only way she wouldn't win is if her star rate is crap. Let's see. Her star rate is 10%, 10.2, and then Arash would have to be so far ahead of her to make up for a hit count. Now, Arash is only 8%. Now, he has Stargent up from his skill, but yeah, no, it's gonna be her. So we do his first. Although he has the crit chance, fuck. If he crits, actually, he probably would make more stars if he was in second place. Like, critting actually adds quite a bit. But, I mean, theoretically, she could crit with the 30%. Like, it's not likely, but, I mean, it could happen. So we'll do it like that. Yeah, he didn't even crit, so. Yeah, fuck it. Neither of them crit. Look at these losers out here not making us any stars. Chat, we're trying to get value here, and we wasted our star bomb, so. I mean, I'll take 16. Like, but if I use my first skill right now, I'd be quite a bit more likely to crit here. We'll just go Spriggan mode right away. Now, I could remove the defense down, but we got the defense removal on this. I'll probably use that card next turn. Not the best damage, but you know, it's actually extremely good damage for doing half damage, if that makes any sense. Like this 57k when you're, you know, being negative is really good. But if you were like actually fighting the dragon, if you're only hitting your 57k, you'd be having a bad time. I might not Atlas on this one, depending on how it syncs up. I wish the dragon had double buffed and we still had evade, but hey look, we're a Spriggan. This is where stuff starts to get out of control for her. Don't crit me, you son of a bitch. I didn't even need the game. Let's see. I can evade right now if I do Atlas. That means we'd have our attack up again next turn. You know what? That's fine. And actually the Star Bomb here is good. Yeah, that's worth it, because we get to use these crit buffs. Do we though? Nice crit spread, champ! Imagine having 43 stars, and then you get pocket 100s on your Buster cards. And then your art card then gets 90. And then you go down to 60 on your quick. Like, literally anything but a quick chain would be really good here. It's stupid. Just get lucky. Just get lucky. We failed that 30 and 70% before, so clearly the game owes us the 60. So that's how math works, guys. Is she trying her best, though, Icy? Okay, maybe she is. Oh shit, there we go. I guess she is trying her best. How about that? Man, Richard just ain't having any of our crap right now. He's attacking a lot. Alright, we get to maintain the attack buffs. Get rid of the defense down. Oh my god, can my fucking monitor actually stay connected to my phone, please? Oh hey, it actually fixed itself. You just gotta get mad at it, and then it'll get in line. Oh no. Chat, I'm about to break terms of service, and the thing is, here's the big issue. It's not just breaking terms of service. It's the game is worse on emulator. It doesn't look as good. It doesn't run as well. The sound is messed up. You know, I don't want to be looking at, and there's no account system, right? Because like what I could do is like when a new unit gets added and I want to show them off, then you just, you do it on your phone. But if you're just doing whatever, then you could just, if the sound's messed up, no big deal, right? But there's no account system, so yeah, switching back and forth is like such a pain in the butt. So it's just, there's no winning with FGO. Well, we are definitely going to die, but for doing half damage, we're doing alright. But see, here's the thing. Like, Kiara can beat this, I think. And that's like, oh, Kiara's so much better than Melt. Not at all. Like, not at all. The fight is just made in a way where, like, Kiara being an alter ego literally doesn't matter. Because if Kiara I'm really gonna stress this. If Kiara beats a stage or not is completely based on do the NP so often that you don't have enough hard survival to keep up with, like, the NPs. Because the NPs will one-shot you a lot of the time. So Kiara's healing doesn't do anything. It's like, oh man, I can heal for 14,000, but I get one shot, so who cares? So it comes down to, does the boss NP often enough to make your hard survival not, keep you alive long enough to win? Or does the boss's normal damage outpace your healing, right? And that happens, that does happen. But the alter ego negative isn't like a Lancer, right? Like if Kiara was a Lancer and she could solo this, then it'd be really crazy. But because alter ego doesn't take the bonus damage from knight classes, right? They just do less damage themselves. It doesn't affect Kiara in any way. It's the same thing that she always does, right? It's just, does the enemy NP often, right? This boss doesn't, right? Obviously, look at his NP bar. Do they have high normal card damage? It's an AoE boss, so it doesn't. So it's like, it's no different for Kiara than like, even if she's fighting, what do you call them, cavalry classes, right? Because they do the same damage, right? She's taking the same damage either way. Where Melt, although she's also an alter ego, it's not like that at all, because Melt has a finite amount of survivability, and that survivability is the same against the dragon as it would be against a rider, right? Like it's the same, you'll live the same amount of turns. But, Melt's thing is she can kill so much faster. So her check for a victory is, can I kill them before they kill me, right? And so when the boss is like this tanky, it's just not happening. I gotta figure out why this is glitching out so much. Like, I'm gonna try just like making sure it's plugged in properly. Give me a second here. But this is like breaking all of the time now. Really wish I could figure out what is causing this though, because other people that are using this setup don't have this problem. So I don't really get it. I don't know if it's just like the dock that I'm using. I don't know if it's the splitter that I'm using. Although I've actually tried 2 different splitters now, and it didn't really make a difference. So it's not the splitter. I don't think anyway. Yeah, I might just try a different dock, because that's like, and then if it's not that, then I could try a different cord, and then if it's not that, then it'd be a different phone, but I don't want to do that. Honestly, it could have to do with the Unity engine thing, but I doubt it. Like, I've never actually had it happen when I'm not in a game that uses Unity, but the 2 games I play the most both use the Unity engine. So, but like, it has never happened when I'm just like, on my regular, phone there. And there was actually a time where my internet was completely out because they were like working on the pole in the area or whatever. So there was like a good chunk of time where my internet was just gone. So what I did was I plugged up my phone to my monitor, right? And I just got it in full screen. And I just used my data because actually the phone plan I have unlimited data, which I don't even need, but I have it, so that's nice. Anyway, and so I basically was like just watching YouTube and chatting on Discord on my PC, essentially, right, on my monitor anyway, in full screen, all that nice stuff. And when I was doing that, it never did the monitor crash thing. Like, it never happened. So it honestly might be some weird fuck up because of the Unity engine. What I would need to do is I should play Epic 7. Because Epic 7 is not the Unity engine. So if I played Epic 7 for like a long time and it never crashed like that, then I could say it's Unity. But I wouldn't think it would be Unity. I just don't see why it would cause this kind of... Like, I know there's like a chip compatibility issue going on right now between Unity engine and like Samsung phones. That's kind of like the whole problem. But I just don't see why that would cause this. Now, see, I think... is it Dragon's Melt? I think Dragon's Melt will live long enough to get this evade again because of the higher stats. Now, that might change depending on getting crit at a terrible time and, this, that, and the other, but I suspect that's going to be the case. Oh, audio is delayed? That's actually really easy to fix. Hold on. So there was one time, it was actually when, chat, this is a really crazy edit I did in one of my videos. The video where I used Panda Lancer against Gajuna, the audio got delayed like that, but it was delayed by like a minute and a half. And I didn't notice it at the time because I didn't have my earbuds in, so I wasn't listening to the audio. But at some point I realized that I'd been playing for a while and there wasn't, not even a sound was being made. I'm like, that's not right. And then I wasn't even taking a turn. I was sitting here like this, like in this menu, just sitting here like this. And I was like, wait, there's no audio whatsoever. And then as I was sitting here for a bit, like looking at OBS and stuff, all of a sudden the sound started playing from turn 1, right? I was on like turn 5 or whatever, right? I was like really far in, and it started playing the audio perfectly in sync for where it was back then. So it just started. So what I did was I didn't touch anything. I just sat there. I did literally nothing. I didn't fix the audio because I know how, but I didn't fix the audio. So I just sat there until the audio caught up to where I was. And then I turned the recording off, I fixed the audio, turned the recording back on, and in the video, I just moved the audio around and like lined it up again, and then you edit out where you close, when I turn the OBS off and on, right? I just cut that part out. That was so weird, because like, it's not weird having like the audio be delayed by a second, or half a second, or even 2 seconds, right? That's like, you kind of expect that sometimes. But yeah, it was off by like 2 minutes or whatever, and I was just like, what the hell is happening? It was just so weird. I was just sitting there, not doing anything. I was making sure not to do anything that would generate sound, right? Because I was having to record it on OBS. So I was just sitting there on like the screen, just staring at Gajuna with my cards up, and I'm just sitting there listening to the sound from what I was doing, a few minutes ago, and playing all the way up to where I was. It was a very bizarre experience. But yeah, it honestly didn't take me very long to think of that solution because I've just been editing videos for so long that you kind of get, like, that's never happened, but like audio desyncs are just shit you kind of get used to, so it's the same principle even if it's like a longer amount of time. I guess I just quick get the 3 of a kind bonus and they have higher crit chance, so. Yeah, staring contest with Gajuna, absolutely. But yeah, long story short, I am tired of how buggy FGO is, especially with the setup that I'm using, and I would really like for them to either fix it, or, to play on emulator, but, terms of service, and then it's buggy over there too, so. Oh, we made it to 600k, 605. We could have lived longer though. Like he did not buff that much throughout the run, I don't think, and he crit us and all that nonsense. That was pretty impressive. That was pretty impressive. So interesting though, back on Kiara, even though this fight, you know, favors her in a way that's like not really realistic, it is still though something in Kiara's favor sometimes, because even when you're fighting like actual challenge quests or whatever, there are just challenge quests sometimes where the enemy normal card damage just isn't that high, and they don't NP that often, and then Kiara is absolutely ridiculous. But the opposite's true too, right? You have these fights that are very burst oriented where the enemy might NP like every fucking turn or every other turn or whatever, then that favors Melt more, but that's just kind of how the game is, right? Units have their you know, the pros and cons, right? Like for example, what's her name? Jinko, is that her name? Elephant Lady. She can basically solo Guadia indefinitely, right? There's like she could just keep going forever, right? There's just no way that she can't like just keep going, right? Like the way the Guadia fight works, it just doesn't matter, and they're just sometimes that's going to happen if like the enemies don't NP often enough or you know, don't have high enough normal card damage or whatever. That example though is not really fair because like Kiara has to work for it more because Kiara is almost always going to take neutral damage and things like that. Just the way Alter Ego is. That's not really the case with Elephant, and also Elephant has way more ways of dealing with NPs, right? Like NP spam. Yeah, I was talking about that earlier. I could kind of see like there's really no reason that Kiara can't do the dragon because the dragon doesn't NP very often, and being an alter ego doesn't hurt her, right? It hurts like every other alter ego. Actually, let me look at that. Is there any other alter ego that would matter on? Because like normally the drawback of doing less damage is it matters because most units have a finite amount of time that they can live. No matter what the damage from the enemy is, right? Like Melt cannot live forever, even if the enemy is only doing like 900 damage per attack. That's incredibly low, and she'll live longer, but she cannot go forever. She will still die, right? So her damage getting cut in half is a huge problem, right? Where if you have survivability that can outpace the enemy's damage, then your damage output is irrelevant, right? It literally does not matter. Okay, let's see. Any other alter? Oh, King Protea. Now that's not the same though as Kiara. That like Protea can probably do it, especially on JP, because she's got all the extra stuff. Yeah, Protea is another one though. She doesn't really care about doing half damage. I mean, she cares more. I'll say that. Protea cares a little bit about her damage getting smacked. Or I mean, Kiara literally doesn't care. Anyone else? I know Biset can do it, but she still cares. Right, because Biset does beat it, or she can if she's upgraded enough. But it's not a situation where she doesn't care. She very, very much cares. Yeah, the event gives 2 grails. I remember that. Oh wow, you can get Fujino to 120 after. Hell yeah. Yeah, I think actually Kiara is really the only one. Maybe Passion Lip with the right command codes. Maybe. Let me see. Damage cut is 5 turns. Tense up is 4-turn cooldown. I don't know. I'm not sure if Passion Lip could live forever. I do kind of want to try that because she's actually very. Even if she can live forever, she's actually really fun to manage. She's not one of those units like, you know, Merlin or Joan of Arc or whatever, where you can live forever, but it's just dumb. She actually takes some like planning. I don't think she could live forever, so I think she does care if her damage is cut in half. I think. Does she have all of her buffs? I mean, I guess I could use her on JP, because I have the dragon on both. Okay, so we have burn, that's good. We'll go Atlas again. Alright, we're 118. Alright, here we go. Let's see what happens here. If there is another alter ego, though, that could go indefinitely, it would be Passion Lip. But I feel like she can't. Like, NP having survival on it is really good for living forever. I have her on JP with no heal boost. We would definitely need heal boost. Like, heal boost would definitely be part of... Because looking at it, I feel like she's cutting it close, and I feel like she's actually behind, right? So she needs, like, every bit of value she could get to live forever. Because, how much does she heal for on her NP? Is it 2,000? Because, like, the 3,000. I mean, maybe, I don't know, maybe she could do it in any way. But the thing, the heal boost is still so big on her. Like, that's still such a big deal. Oh, it's 2,000 before she got her buff, that's what it is. Yeah, it is harder for her to get her NP, so the hit count would be a problem. I mean, she I don't know. I think I need to try it. She's like on Razor's Edge, so I'm like really curious if it would work or not. But like Kiara, I didn't even need to play it. I could just obvious she can live forever. Like if the dragon was attacking, you know, and doing a lot more damage, then it'd be a problem. But that ain't happening. I see a lot of people, they just kind of assume alter ego, it's like being a lancer against a saber, and it's like, no, it absolutely is not. Okay, I need to be careful because we actually killed one of the golems, which is bad. You know, I guess we just say screw the, yeah, I think we just say screw the star gen, and we... I kind of want to not use my first skill then, but... Let me see what happens here. Oh no, he's still alive. Okay, that's good. Star Bomb versus this coming back a turn sooner. I think we just cast it. Like, Star Bomb is nice and everything, but, okay, so we actually can make stars here. That's good. Hopefully we crit. I can do this one first, so... We apply the... You actually apply the burn before damage, so you get overkill potentially a hit sooner. That's probably better. I attacked the wrong enemy. I clicked up there, but I must not have clicked the right part of the fortress. We could try 118 Okita just to kind of show off chats, you know, what they've been working on, but I think... Didn't Okita already beat this? So, like, at 118, it's gonna be like, oh, well, I don't know, maybe she didn't. I don't know. I mean, we should do it anyway. It's just fun to see the unit that people have been, you know, upgrading the crap out of. 95. Oh my god, if I had my NP right now, that would be so good. Do we have, oh shit, we don't, oh no, we do, it's on this one. But I need to do burn, so we'll do, just like that, that's fine. We might have wanted that debuff clear on a different card in the long run, so I think we might want like Star Bomb or something. I don't know, we'll see. I mean, she'll make enough stars. I guess we get crit damage instead. But you do want to be able to weave in the defense removal, right? Or you want to be able to remove the defense down. That's the right sentence. I do not like this crit spread. 80-80 on Buster. Also, the music is looping. Let me fix that. I could do Buster, NP Buster, but then our crits kind of die, but then I do heal for a K. Do I have heal boost? I do not have heal boost. I mean, critting now is pretty much as good as critting later, but then our NP gain goes down. Just crit anyway. Yeah, just crit anyway. No problem. Just 30-40. Nope. Nope, I wanted one crit. That was so not worth it now, because I just whipped all my crit buffs for that turn. I like how he crit me immediately. At least he's buffing though. You know what's messed up is I don't want a first skill here. I don't know if I should have cast it early then. I think I should. Yeah, I think I messed up. I think I should have cast this on turn 1 of the dragon fight, because it wouldn't have made that big of a difference survivability wise, and this is obviously a bad time to star bomb. But I guess we'll just take it. I don't want to whip Atlas. So. Do I sneak in the art card? I think it's okay. He's got pretty good NP game. He's got the quick up. Okay, cutting it close, but uh-oh. Oh, well. That'll do it. Good thing we evaded. Yeah, we're definitely doing better though, even though the start went kind of bad. It's just the raw value here is so high. Yeah, if we had gotten the NP turn 1, we'd actually be on like really good pace here, but that really fucked up our value. So we're doing 75k? That's ridiculous, dude. And we're at 75k to on half damage. Absolutely nuts. Yeah, things aren't lining up well with our skills. They lined up a lot better for the level 100 melt. Like, I actually do want to do Merlin this time. Like, we're really pushing it. About it. Damn, he triple attacked. Pretty crappy crit chances, and I could heal right now. And maybe I could heal one more time before the run is over, but unlikely. I think I just quick then. I think it's our last turn of quick up anyway. Yeah, Mel needed those buffs, by the way, indeed. He has NP down. That would matter in if it was a foreigner. A foreigner doing an AoE NP, and you get him with NP down, then you might be able to face tank it. And one crit, please! We've had 2 turns like that, and so we had a 30, a 40, and a 40, and a 40. And none of them crit, so that's unfortunate. Alright, so other melt died this turn. But we should live and at least get our first skill back. I am yet again cutting it close if I quick. But I think we need to be greedy. This really is an insane damage output though. Okay, for once the Star Bomb is actually good. We'll actually get our second skill back again. Please crit. Come on, give me that 50. We keep losing these, just give me one. One coin flip. So chat, they had to animate the back of her head and like a different angle on her hair for that NP. They do not do that for a lot of units. Like a lot of units, I mean, there are some that they do, like where they'll like show the back of their head and stuff. But especially with the unit with that much hair, a lot of times they go out of their way to just keep them at that like angle. But she is a 5-star, so they're way more willing to put in work like that. Although, when I think about it, I mean, I've checked, there absolutely is a lot of units where they will not animate the back of their head. But they kind of have to do it, because if they want to do like spin to win and stuff like that, you have to. And spin to win is a pretty popular concept, so there is a pretty good number of units that they do the back of their head. And she can probably beat this on a good run. I don't think we're gonna win, but I think it actually is possible for her to win. Like, if you have the NP at the start, you just get the lucky crits and stuff, and things line up right, she might... It's hard to say, because, you know, 300k when you're doing half damage is still a lot, but it is probably possible for her to win. Which is significantly more impressive than, like, stall units doing it, because stall units are just... It's, like, broken here. Like, a burst unit winning this when they're doing half damage is really impressive. Well, I guess I need to do Buster on this one because we could die like any second here. Does Ash have back effect? You mean like Hot Wheels? Let me think. I don't think so. Wait, no, did he have a spin to win? Yeah, he might have a spin to win. I mean, sometimes they'll draw the back of their head if we're not doing a spin to win, but I'll have to use Ash, I'm not sure. He is a 4-star, and because they did that, you know, NP cut-in, they might have, you know, phoned it. So we would be dead if I didn't heal for the 1000. So that saved us right there. Yeah, this is winnable. Her win rate is not good though. Like straight up, like she is not. This is not a 50% win rate. This is probably like a 35% win rate, somewhere in there. Like, yeah, it's not like it's not like 10% or 5% or anything crazy like that. But yeah, she'll definitely lose more than she will win. Like absolutely. But that's impressive that she can beat this. Cause yeah, wow, we actually we probably would have won next turn if we lived one more turn. We would have won. Actually, her win rate might be a little bit better than 35. Then like I don't think it's 50-50, but she might be a bit higher than I'm thinking. Because all we needed on that run to work was to have actually had our NP on turn 1, and we also could have still won even without that if other things had gone better. So yeah, hard to say. Also, hi Ephra. I kind of want to use Hot Wheels real quick just because I am curious if he, okay, hold on. I want to save AP. I'm going to have to use a lot of AP here. I'm going to get on JP and try to grab someone's Hot Wheels and then see if he, I'll have him like solo an Ember daily because I kind of need Embers right now. Anyway, I just got Kuda, 118. So if I get 2 more copies of Ku, he's 120. So what I need is I need the anniversary to give out a lot of SQ, right? Because I only have like 200 left. So yeah, I need the anniversary to give out a lot of SQ. And then, like, after the anniversary, I need them to rate up anything I care about, right? Like, Butch Cassidy, Henry V, Red Baron, Saber Kojiro, that gunslinger lady from Saber Wars, just Bob, you know, literally anything I have an excuse to vaguely roll on. And then I just get 2 coups, and I'm good to go, right? So, it could be soon, But yeah, they might not, I'm gonna be pissed if they don't add something I even vaguely like. Cause like right now, I want 120 coups so bad, I will roll on something I just like kinda like. You know, I'm like ready to go here, but and then once coups 120 though, I'm not rolling for ages. Like holy shit. Well, I don't know. Here's the problem, dude. This sucks. This really does suck. And what I'm worried about is like this is gonna make me miss a unit that I like, because I don't normally roll this much. Like I don't normally roll this much. But I really want Ku completely maxed. I want 120 and I want this. And that is still so many copies of Ku. So like I want to just be saving up my SQ, right? I want to be like saving up in case they do add like some new unit that I super like a Dark Souls looking character or whatever. But yeah, until Ku is completely maxed, it's really difficult for me to save up SQ. So I really hate that. So the second Ku is done, I'm just gonna not roll for a really long time. But yeah, nothing I can do about it right now. But yeah, there's many coups to go. Like, a coup rate up would have been nice. Alright, let's bust out Hot Wheels. Now, I'm about to commit blasphemy because I've been bringing Hercules to just like everything, but if we want to get Hot Wheels animations, I kind of need to not do that. Oh, there's Lancers here. That'll be a little spicy. Okay, wait, let's see if we have a better one than that. Just because we are fighting Lancers, so if I happen to get... Because several of my friends have grailed ones. I'm afraid to refresh, though. Alright, well, time to see what level 80 Hot Wheels can do here. Okay, you know what? Hold on, I got this. This is also blasphemy, what I'm about to do, but I think chat knows what I'm doing here. I'm gonna be, dude, I'm getting, this is even sillier than normal though. I normally give him K-Scope, because I have Super Scope, I can NP turn 1, but we gotta get that bond for Hercules. %5 versus 50. It's probably the 5%, I would think. Let's see, I think this stage gives... I don't know. You know what? I'm gonna go with 50. I feel like the farming stages actually give like lower bond than normal, but I don't know. It's probably not gonna be that different, but and even the 5% may well be better, but fuck it, just go with what we got. Yeah, I could Super Scope Chen Gong, but I'm gonna CS because you know what else am I gonna use CS for? Okay, do this. It's fine. Herc just wants to go back to Chaldia so he can eat a snack. You know, he's hungry. And, but he just wanted to show up, say hi, you know, grab his bond. You know, no big deal. You know, actually, I should probably start punching the, Lancer. Alright, we'll have to go slow-mo in a second here and try to pay attention to... See, what's really crappy is I want to win, but I need to go through our animation set to see... You know, we might need a BM combo and stuff. We need to see if they ever draw the back of the head of, Boy, they might not, especially with... I mean, they could CGI it. Oh, that's not CGI, that's actually a drawn sprite for the flame. He's spinning so fast. I don't know, he might just have his face backwards. I have a feeling, that's one reason he's doing it so fast. He might just have his face forward and then backwards. I'm not sure they actually ever drew that from the back. That is really hard to tell though. Now, I could invulnerability right now to maximize my survivability. But I would whiff the battery. It's probably fine to whiff the battery. I'm actually gonna throw everything out, because it'll be back for the final wave. Please don't make the final enemy a Lancer. Yeah, I don't think they do. When I just think about it, like with the way his head is, I don't think they ever draw it from the back. So, yeah. And you know what? I wonder if Ushi, does Ushi just spin to win? He actually might not draw it from the back either. They just might do left to right. So Melt actually might be rarer than I'm thinking by having a sprite from the back like that. And it's because she rotates slowly and, you know, like looking behind herself like that. Now, Edmund should. But now they might do left to right again for him too. This is where I need to record this and put it in my editing program and just watch it frame by frame. Because then it's really easy to tell like what kind of animation work they're doing versus paper mache. This will give us some good animations right here though. It's really hard to see, but I do not think they are... I do not think they're reanimating that. And if they're not doing it for that animation, they're not doing it for any. It's hard to tell, but I'm pretty sure they just have him looking forward then backwards, like left to right. And yeah, if they're doing that in that animation, there's no way they ever draw the back of his head. So yeah, I don't think they do it. I would wager that most 3 stars and 4 stars, they're not gonna do it. Now there's some that they will, especially if they're popular or they just have like an animation that really calls for it. But I bet you most of the servants that have back of the head shots are going to not just be 5 stars, but new 5 stars, not animation updates. Because I mean, I've seen this clear as crystal. Oh, he does have a sprite from behind? Alright, let me see. But I've seen it clear as crystal though, that they fucking do not, oh my god, that's not even... Cause, okay, see, technically that is a different thing, but what they're doing here is they're just drawing an outline of the back of his head, and then they're just facing it the other way, and then you have the flame there. Is it any different for his other stages? Because I think what they're actually doing is like, I have a feeling for his other stages, they're gonna put his hair in the way. And so they're not actually drawing it. I mean, the hair is the main part of what you need to draw from the back, though. That's the thing. But, because the flame, I don't think is changing. That's the thing. The flame is just being, like, swapped around. So, although technically, I guess he does have a sprite for the back of his head, I'm not sure that quite counts. It's not really the same thing as what they did for Melt there. Because, like, they just drew all of Melt's hair from a completely different perspective. And I think even her face is being drawn again. I'd have to look, if it was like inverted or not, but I think her face had like a different angle. I don't know. I'm gonna have to pay attention to this in the future. Like, are there times where you can actually like see the spreadsheet of a unit sprite, so you can like see if they have like if the model exists or not? And there's just a lot of characters that they do not have more than one sprite for their head, right? So I've seen that, but it's not like I haven't looked at every unit in the game, so. Can I get away with art? Quick. We're level 80. Let's not risk that. Yeah, there are some units though, like, dude, Scath's animation update was so lazy. She almost did from mache for her entire animation set. He barely reanimated anything. It is really messed up. Oh my god, Otto, that's so funny. Yeah, that's pretty much what I thought they were doing though. Yeah, that's I mean, I'll give him a break on that one though. Like, it's so fast, it wouldn't really matter if he did it properly or not. But that's really funny, Otto. I would say overall though, Ash's animations work, and it's not a big deal. But like, units like Scath and Okita really stand out because like they're doing attacks that would kind of, it's like an excuse not to reanimate them and stuff. But like, at least with Hot Wheels there, they at least reanimated his torso. You can see that right there. I don't know if they ever reanimate his legs or not. Yeah, I think they do. That's on the side there. They do it one time. Also, oh shit, we didn't kill there. That's not good. But yeah, honestly, now that like the sprites have been data mined, it really outs a lot of the laziness. Like, sometimes people wouldn't believe me when I would say stuff about these things. But like, it's just cut and dry now. Like, you can just objectively see how many times they reanimate their body parts, and there's units like Ares, let me say her name, where they just didn't, right? She has like one torso shot and I think one like arm alternate shot, and that's it. Like, that's literally it. They never reanimated either of her legs, her head, like her arms in any significant way. It's just so fucking lazy, dude. All right, boy, we really need this final enemy not to be a Lancer. Okay, we'll do that, and that. I can see that stuff really clearly. Like, one, I've done a little bit, I've done a lot of drawing, and I've only done a little bit of animation. But my friend Kai the Gamer does animation. He went to school for it, for God's sake. And so, like, I noticed that stuff really easy. And also, I'm old and jaded, and I know when companies are being full of shit, and when they're, like, making excuses to try to not do work and make it seem like it's, like, artistic. And, like, anime does it all the time. Anime will do all kinds of stupid crap where they're, like, trying to make it seem like this is happening for the story or whatever, but a lot of times it's excuses to save the animation budget. And I can see through that shit so fast, because I just know the industry well enough at this point. Like, there's just... Yeah, like all the filler in Dragon Ball, or they'll just draw something from a weird angle so they don't have to like draw their hands, or just there's just so much crap that they do to like, you know, and like sometimes it makes sense. You know, you have to cut corners sometimes, you know, budgets exist, timetables exist, but a lot of times it gets so bad like that the studio should have given them a better budget so they didn't have to cut that many corners, right? And like a good example really is Scath's animation update in FGO, right? Like they're spamming particle effects all over the screen so she doesn't actually have to be very animated. Like the actual meaning of the word animated, right? Because Scath is like supposed to be like this, you know, great warrior and all this stuff. So she should be like, you know, really athletic and doing like lots of fast strikes and, you know, like, cause you know, Ku and like, and Unlimited Blade Works is like doing these really swift, you know, melee strikes and stuff. Scath doesn't do any of that. Right, Scath does like, you know, like 1 or 2 hits at most, normally not even that, and he just sits back throwing spears like Gate of Babylon, and then there's just lightning everywhere, and she just like slams into the opponent and does a bunch of hits at once. Like, what the fuck is that, right? Like, it's just an excuse, you know, to not animate things, and it's annoying. It's very and once you kind of catch on to it, you're just like looking out for it because you know like the company is like kind of doing that a lot. You know they're cutting corners a lot, and when they do like really put in the effort and they like reanimate the character from many angles and they can have really smooth animations and. You know, and when you have more like perspective, right? When you have like the arm from the left, the right, the front from the side, and like the leg from the front, the side, and the chest from the front, the side, and an angle, right? When you have all those angles to work with, it gives you a lot more freedom to like bring the animations like that you want to do into the game, right? And so when you know they cut corners, but they know how to do it right? Because sometimes they make characters where they actually put a lot of effort into the animations. But who knew? Most of the units they put a lot of effort into the animations are 5 stars, and the new ones, not the animation updates for 5 stars, right? Like that's when they do it, and it's just like, oh geez, I wonder what the. Because I just get. I remember when like Boudica, I actually convinced this guy though, so hats off to him. Like when I actually like really sat down and talked to him, he actually saw what I was talking about. Because like Boudica's animations came out, and I was like, they're clearly being late. Right? I'm like, they're clearly going out of their way not to reanimate her, so they look incredibly stiff. She does a fucking backflip in her extra attack, but she's never reanimated for the whole thing, and it just looks terrible, right? And this guy was like, well, you know, Boudica's a more like meat and potatoes kind of fighter. You don't expect her to do, you know, like fancy, you know, anime attacks like Ushi or something, right? But I'm like, yeah, that's true, but when you're doing like even down to earth and more normal, you know, shield bashes and sword swings and stuff, you still need to be like, you know, rotating their torso and having them move their hips and their shoulders and stuff. And she's just miraculously not doing that. And that's because they didn't animate a fucking sprite for it, right? So they're just, you know, they're just being lazy. And yeah, he actually, when I said that, he actually realized what I was talking about and he changed his mind. But I see that a lot, right? I see that a lot. Even if the attacks are supposed to be more simplistic, you know, they should still be moving their shoulders or moving their hips, or, you know, their legs should be, you know, moving forward or backwards from a different perspective, and then they're just not reanimating it. And it looks bad. And here's the thing. You don't need to be like some eagle-eyed, you know, Sherlock Holmes to notice a lot of this stuff. Now, a casual viewer may not know why. You might be like, yeah, that looks stiff, and they don't know why, right? They don't know it's because, oh, they're not reanimating the torso or whatever. They're literally not going to notice. But it's very noticeable the difference between like Boudica's animations and like even Caligula's, which, you know, Caligula's aren't, he's not the most reanimated character. He's absolutely not. But he's more animated than she is, right? And like you can absolutely tell the difference, even if it's just a subconscious thing. Your brain is gonna be like, yeah, this doesn't look right. You know, something is amiss here. What I see them do a lot is they normally will reanimate their torso one time because it is so fucked up that you don't even do that. And then they'll normally like reanimate their hands once or twice. But that's what they do when they're being lazy. They never reanimate the legs, they never reanimate the arms, they never reanimate the head. And then there's one alternate torso, and then like 1 or 2 alternate hands. And that's it. And like, they've been doing that a lot. Like a lot. And what kind of sucks is in the early days, they were actually better about this stuff. They weren't as good at like making animations themselves, but they would draw a lot of body parts from different angles back in the day. Like even Ku, right, who is obviously not a moneymaker for them because he's free, and people already had him in P5 when he was animation updated. They draw him back of the head, they draw the back of his leg, they draw his leg from the side, they draw his torso from multiple angles, they draw his arms from multiple angles. They don't do that very often. Right? They animated him plenty, right? Obviously his attacks kind of suck, but that's a different issue. Yeah, title is a lie. It took a lot longer to solo that stage. But you know, there was fucking Lancers there, and we were level 80, so. Alright, let's see. I owe an Okita, I think. Let's see. Oh, Dragon Lord right there. There's the, dude, Icy, are you still here? What's the state of this? Because, let's see here. Oh no, level 20. Oh no, that means he's only gotten 1 copy. Are you gonna go for it next year? Like, what's the status report here? I know Icy is a huge Lancelot fan. I'm a huge Lancelot fan too, to be honest. It's just kind of hard to... I tell you what though, if Saber Lancelot was a 3-star, I would use him in my videos all the time. Like really a big part of why I don't use them is I try not to use 4 stars unless this content really calls for it. And generally if their enemy's a Lancer, it doesn't call for it, so. Okay, though, let's see here. Where is that Okita? Look at that, that Lee, though. That's quite nice. Now, off memory, surprisingly enough, she is actually animated a decent amount. Now, she was obviously a new unit, not an animation update by the time their animations were good, but she's also a 4-star, and she doesn't have like the best animation quality like ever made, but they actually put a decent amount of effort into her. I think they do draw most of her body parts from different perspectives. She is better than a lot. The only issue with her is, see, do I have her on this account? I bet you I don't. But it's just the fact that, like, she's wearing heels, I think in 2 of her stages, or 1 of her stages, and that changes your posture. But then, so, in her other stages, they don't want to change the posture. They don't want to, they're like, I don't do that kind of work. And then, so she's just, like, hovering on her toes, and it looks really stupid. They do that a lot. That happens all the time in video games, where anything that, like, changes your posture, they won't account for, and so they'll either just have your height magically change, so some of your shin gets deleted, like reduced to ash, right? Your shin just evaporates, or they're just standing on their tippy toes. Like that's the 2 things they do. Either your shin evaporates and you actually become shorter, or you're on your tippy toes. Like it is so common, and it's because it's actually a bitch. If anything changes your posture, be it 3D or 2D, because it's actually not much easier for 3D. You have to change so fucking much. Like, I remember there was this game that I played, and for like the longest time, if anything you equipped on your character, it was like an MMO, anything you equipped on your character, if it changed your posture for any reason, the game would just like bullshit it. It would make you either like hover, or you would, your shin would disappear, right? Like some of your like leg length would go away to account for it and shit like that. They would just do anything to not like have to change the posture, and then eventually they like made their models like adjustable to enough where they could kind of twink their posture a little bit. But it took them like years to do that because it's such a bitch to do. Like it's actually like a minor thing from like the player's perspective, but from like a development perspective, it is a huge problem. Let's see here. Well, I don't see that Okita. Are you still in chat? The guy that was running the Okita? Or did he run off? Because, not seeing no Okitas. It's either that or I don't have you added. I'm not on your friends list. Okay, hold on. We're at 20 invites. Let me see. Maybe you already sent one in, but, yeah, it's capped, so. In before, you did send it in, but she's not in the all slot, so I ended up removing you here. Alright, so here's what we're gonna do. Okay, I hate to do this because some of these people are here like right now, but I'm gonna remove everybody that sent an invite in, and that way anyone that sends one in, I know is in chat, and then if we use anyone's unit, we know it's, you know, they're actually in the chat. So I hate doing this, but it's like I have no other choice because the cap is 20. Like, because here's the thing, I don't have like 5,000 people gonna send me an invite. So if the invite list was just like 60 or something, we'd probably be good, right? And we could just kind of keep everyone there. Right, and then so we would just add and remove and then re-add anytime we want to use their units, and it'd be like way easier. But unfortunately, they don't do it that way, so yeah, the cap is just 20, which is really difficult to work with. Okay. So if you want me to use your unit chat, put it in the all slot, and I guess not the event slot if we're doing the dragon. But we've got Mordred's interlude as well, so. Hey Fury. Yeah, there's the friend code, and all slot, put it in the all slot. And then preferably, I'll tell you what, if you slot an archer, I'll use it, but I won't use it on the dragon, right? We'll have the archer fight something else. Because there's no fun to be had with an archer against the dragon, so. You know what? I think I do have Lobo on NA. I'm glad you said that, because I think I do. Oh wait, no I don't. Nope, I saved Moriarty instead, just to be different. Which I regret because Lobo is just so good for testing. But if we could try an Archer versus Moriarty, like that's fine too. I think he's got some weird gimmicks that might make it a pain, but Fury, you have been on my friends list, I think since the start of NA. Fury, when did we meet? When did we meet? Like, what was the timeline? Was it before NA, during NA? Like, what was the, Yeah, I don't think I've ever removed Fury, and he's like... I think I've always had him on my friends list, unless I'm out of my mind. I definitely don't... Unless you remove me, I don't think, it's ever been a problem. Yeah, I feel like I've known Fury for a really long time now, actually. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, Fury, like, when did we meet? Like, what was the state of NA or just the game? Like, or was that? I started watching you on your third YouTube live stream. So, that's when I started the 1 to 3 star count. That was after NA, so NA existed. So that was like 3.5, 4 years ago. So I think that was very early into NA's life, I think. I'm pretty sure that's the case. Alright, we have to do a stage to get the support list to update, so... What do we want to fight Moriarty with real quick? Give us a quick reminder what he does. There we go. That's a interesting one, I think. Yeah, I think... I guess I did make the Discord server like right after starting the stream, I think. And I remember, I remember thinking I wasn't sure if I wanted to do it or not, and I was like, you know, how bad can it be? And although overall I'm actually glad I have the Discord server, I have been exposed to some of the stupidest things in my life, at least on the internet, my internet life, because of Discord. Like, holy shit. Like, there is so much toxicity on Discords and between Discords, and so much, like, just, like, high school bullshit, right? There's so much high school bullshit. Why did you... Okay. Actually, that's better than if he did it to, like, Leonidas, because they need to cast Taunt. This is a terrible stage for testing anything for solo. Like, maybe for team play it's okay, but this is horrible for solo because of that gimmick. That is, like, it'll just screw up your taunt. And, like, what are you gonna do now, right? Like, that's super bad. I'm gonna lose both of my cooldowns here, but whatever. Reddit is okay. Okay, here's the thing about Reddit. I would say Reddit is less toxic than Discord a lot of the time, but it's also inherently worse for communicating in any way. You are just never going to have a good conversation on Reddit just because of the format of it. And the majority of Reddit users are never going to scroll down it past the first comment anyway. And the first comment is dictated by, like, groupthink because of upvotes, right? So most of the ideas that are being put forth in the comments are not even going to be exposed to the majority of Reddit, so they wouldn't even make a decision upvoting it or downvoting it, right? Because it's not being seen, right? So, like, the Reddit format just doesn't, like, work for that. Like, the Reddit format is really only good for like news articles and, like, memes, or, like, really small communities that are, you know, if it's a really small Reddit, it's normally fine. But yeah, like, Reddit just fundamentally doesn't work for, like, communication, in my opinion. Where Discord is way better for communication, and you don't get, like, you know, censored for just saying something that's, like, against the grain. Well, I mean, you might be, I suppose, but generally you won't. But it's also just, it just breeds so much more, like, high school bullshit and, like, buzzwords and just snarky, toxic nonsense, right? There's just so much of that with Discords. But Discords are useful because it's just a very good way to keep in touch with people, and you can ignore the toxicity half the time, and it's just a useful, you know, tool to have to communicate with people. Like, it's much easier for me to keep in touch with my friends through Discord than it is through, like, just texting, right? Okay, what am I doing here? Do I want to NP? I can't do any of my skills, but I could get, like, NP sealed, so you know what? Let's do that, that, and that. Yeah, Moriarty though, this is I don't know why I saved this stage. I don't know what I was thinking. This is atrocious for testing anything. It's cool, right? Moriarty's cool, but you need like debuff immunity for this not to be suffering. Like Arjuna could have a fun time here. Alright, I'm gonna stun, and so he whiffs, he can't charge NP, like he can't gain towards his next NP. Okay, you know what, let's do art, quick art. Wait a minute, if that doesn't get exactly my NP, that's not worth it at all. Because he's not gonna attack me, right? So if I get to like 90 some odd %, it's terrible, because then I could just done like Buster Art or Buster Quick Art twice in a row and I would have gotten it. Her art hit count is 5 though. But her gain rate is 0.37. I have a feeling if I do art, I don't know, art quick art though, this if I had Merlin, I would absolutely do it, but I have Abigail, yeah, on the Herc account, and I think I do have Abigail on NA as well. I do think I have Abigail on NA. That's not too bad for testing. The problem with Abigail is it's very gimmicky, where it like really promotes a certain type of cool toolkit. Now it's still really impressive if they can beat it, but some units that are very good are just going to get so shut out from that style of fight. It's not a value check, but it is impressive if you can solo it though, one way or the other. But yeah, it's not exactly a raw value check, but it's still good. Fine, I'll just hope it's enough. I really do feel like we're going to get really close to getting it, but we're not going to get it. Yep, okay, this was a mistake. This was definitely a mistake. Because I would have gotten my MP over 2 turns either way, and I could have done more damage. Does she have her first skill buff? It doesn't really matter in a solo, but no, it does, because it only goes to the Buster card. It probably does. She should. I swear, if she doesn't, that's crazy, because I feel like those buffs were a really, really long time ago. Let's see. I think her attack up last 2 turns. Wish I had a few more stars. Okay, I'm gonna do this, and then I should be able to MP next turn, and if he shields me, I will just remove it. Yeah, I think this is right. That's a decent enough crit chance. She has all of her buffs? Okay, good to know. Can you crit, lady? Okay, there you go. Cool background on this stage. This is such a cool enemy. I'm actually sad it's in fast mode. Although last I knew, so some guy that was just claiming to work for Namco Bandai, which by the way, Namco Bandai has nothing to do with Fate or FGO. But anyway, some guy claiming to be Namco Bandai put in the automated copyright system on YouTube that he owned the copyright to Musashi's NP, but only in slow-mo. It detects it in slow-mo. Moriarty's NP only in slow-mo, and I think Raiko's NP only in slow-mo. And anytime you would upload a video to YouTube, if their NP was in slow-mo, you'd get automatically flagged for copyright. Now, anytime that happened to me, I fought it and I won, because it's obviously bogus, because Namco Bandai does not have any copyright over FGO, right, obviously. And it'd be a bullshit thing to copyright anyway, and then it's just obvious the guy's lying, right? So anytime I would dispute it, I would win, but your video would still be fucked up for ages. And yeah, last I knew, YouTube had never done anything. They had never, banned this guy or realized it was a false claim. And there's been people that work for large corporations that have said that the corporations tell them to upload things they do not own the copyright to, or things that they have the copyright to, but it's gone, they don't have it anymore, and they'll just claim it anyway. And because the few times they get called on it, it won't amount to anything. And then all the times they don't get called on it, they just make free money. Like, this is literally a job type. This is like a job posting, like that you'll find companies do sometimes, where it's like their job to just upload a bunch of stuff to not just YouTube, but other websites that have automated copyright systems, and just upload like everything in the kitchen sink, and then that way they literally just generate free money, and they're just getting they're just generating, you know, ad revenue off of things that they don't even own. And like, yeah, there's been like employees that have like just admitted like, yeah, that's a thing, and like we upload stuff that's not even, we don't have the copyright. And like, maybe we did have the copyright at one point, but we don't have it anymore, and we just do it anyway. And it's because if you rarely get called on it, even if you did lose some money, it's not enough to make up for all the money you're gaining. So, yeah, it is bullshit. How long does her guts last? 3 turns. Crit damage would be nice. But depending on, like, if I use Atlas, I kind of want to cast it next turn. Also, you know what? I'm gonna art because I want to heal and get the Merlin. So I'll save it and do it like later. No, I haven't, Fury, but I have to imagine it's going to be very stupid. I know some of the ones the lawsuits you were in the past. I really would have liked to have crit there for the NP game. Okay, that worked out. We barely got our NP, but that was nice. I want to cast my second skill. But I can't. Moriarty, I wish we had debuff clear, so we could at least get rid of the other consequence of this, but, well, I guess we're not getting our skills again anytime soon. Not their fault this time? What is it now? Can we break the first health bar? Dude, if I get skill sealed again, we're in so much trouble. I need that guts now. Can we crit, man? She is not getting a good run of it here. This is kind of frustrating. Uh-oh, he's definitely critting, yeah. Fuck off, game. I can't cast guts because he's just... Why did I even bother with Atlas, dude? This is so stupid. Oh, I did hear about that, Fury. That, yes, I forgot that I knew about that, but I have heard about that. That running around, yeah, copywriting everything. And I like how people were like complaining to them, and they're like, we're not doing it. See, look at how much effort it took for them to actually do something about the guy. That guy is abusing the law and YouTube system, and look how far he had to take it for anything to be done about it. He had to do it like because he did it on a huge scale, right? He did it on like a massive scale. He was like doing it to so many videos, so not just like a niche thing, everywhere, and against a massive company, right? And just now something's being done. So some jackass in like a little niche game like FGO, I guess it's not niche in Japan, but it's very niche in North America, and most of the Japanese viewer base doesn't use YouTube, right? But anyway, no, just nothing gets done, right? So you can just be sitting there, literally, and why people do it is because they make money. It's not always companies that do it. You'll have like teenagers just uploading bullshit that they say they own the copyright to, that they just find that no other company has done it. Because like, I can flag people, by the way. I have access to the automated copyright system. I have it. And like, I can see people that like, because sometimes people actually re-upload my videos and stuff, and I can flag them if I want to. I generally don't, because I don't care, but like, I have access to the automated copyright system, and if I wanted to, I could upload, I could find like music that there's no copyright on, and I could say it's mine. I could do that. And then if anyone else used that music or uploaded it or anything, I could claim their ad revenue. Like, I literally can do that. And odds are I would not get in trouble. I wouldn't get in trouble about it, because YouTube just doesn't, they don't give a shit, right? Someone would have to sue me, right? And they'd have to have the money and go through the effort and all this nonsense. And obviously, like, if I did it, I might get in trouble because I'm bringing attention to it right now, and I already have like attention on my channel. But people that do it, they don't like, they're not YouTubers. They don't like upload videos to the public and stuff, right? They stay completely off the radar. Anything they upload is unlisted, right? And they literally will look for music, movies, you know, what clips, anime clips, whatever they can that they find that's not copyrighted by a company already, and they'll just say they own the copyright to it. They don't, but they'll just say that they do. And then anyone that uploads anything related to it, they'll just say, you know, monetize it and I get the ad revenue, and they just get money. Like, people do this. They literally will make like hundreds of dollars to thousands of dollars just doing that, right? They're not doing a damn thing, and YouTube is just handing them a check. And because YouTube like basically encourages it at this point, it's just abused. Now it's getting worse and worse and worse because people that used to do it like years ago were like nerdy kids that wouldn't get a lot of attention. Like they wouldn't do crazy shit like with that Destiny situation, which obviously puts a spotlight on it. But as it starts getting more known and more people realize you can do it, more and more people are going to do it, and then stupid people are going to do it and go too far. And I think eventually YouTube is going to have to do something about it, but we'll see. And yeah, you can like not own a song, but you can claim to own the recording of it, right? So like there's music that's in the public domain, but you could upload it to your YouTube channel. And this is so hard for the other person. This is actually one of and people have done this, by the way. And actually, I bet you there's a bunch of claims on YouTube right now that are this. So classical music, all of it is in the public domain, right? But the recordings, like a specific recording of it, is not necessarily going to be in the public domain. Some of it is, but if you record it, it's you can, depending on circumstances, own the copyright to it. And so what will happen is people will upload the Moonlight Sonata or whatever, and they'll just say they own the copyright from the recording of it. They don't, and they're just uploading like every version of Moonlight Sonata they can find that no one has claimed a copyright to. And then anyone else that, you know, uploads the Moonlight Sonata, they now get ad revenue off of, right? Like, people do this shit. It's crazy. It is so abusable. And then you have like, and what will happen is if you're a content creator or whatever, and you use the song or you just uploaded the song or whatever, and it was one that is not copyrighted, but you get a copyright claim, you're probably going to be like, oh, I must be mistaken, and this must have been like, you know, from a certain orchestra, and they own the copyright, and I just didn't know, you know, and so you won't counter claim, right? Because you're like, oh, this must not be one of the public domain ones, you know, whoops. But actually, a lot of times it is a public domain one, and you're just some jackass acting like they own the copyright to it. So it's fucking stupid, dude. There's just so much stuff like that. And like abandonware, people will like upload movies and stuff that don't have copyright from like back in the day that like no one bought the copyright for, and they'll say they have the copyright to it, and they don't. And it's just like, okay. All right, let's see here. We got 20 invites, so we are full, unfortunately, but all right, we got Super Nobu. That'd be very difficult to find something to do because she's always at neutral, but she's balanced around that. We can try to find something. And I said we do Okita, so we'll do that first. That's only fair. But real quick, let's just scan what we got here. There's, I guess, a Hokusai. I remember Blaze. I remember that one. Remember that one. Dude, that's dedication. That's dedication. Do you all have her animation update? Was that one you got early? Nope. So obviously she has one of the worst animation updates in terms of attack quality, but her sprite, you know, when it's just standing there, looks fine. And yeah, she's got like that really undetailed face, right, that doesn't match her art, and she's got big head syndrome and all that. It's not great. It's not the worst. It's not the worst. There's definitely there's like Mozart and that kind of stuff that I think is worse, but got a Gwaine here. Got a Vertfire. Vertfire, are you here? Vertfire, I need to have a word with you because I need you to say something in chat though before I can really articulate the problem here. Oh, this is a nice Caesar though. You got 10-10-10, Golden Sumo. It's actually very good for him because he switches card color a lot. Don't hide from me, Vertfire. I know you're here because you sent the invite in. There's no way you're not here. Don't you? What is it? What is it? What do you want? See, look at this. Look at this. In game, your name is just Vertfire, and at least the V is capital. The F is not, but at least the V is capital, right? And then look at you in Twitch here, you know, give me the stink eye. You got fucking Vert Fire and some garbage, right, which I'm not gonna get into right now, and ain't none of it capitalized, right? What are we doing here? What not even see now what he's gonna do is he's just gonna change his name in FGO. He's not gonna change his name on Twitch. Now he's gonna fuck up his name in FGO, right? Got another Anobu here. I see. Oh boy. But seriously though, nice Caesar though. That's good shit. Caesar's such a rare Grail target in my experience. This is my fault. This is my fault because I'm giving attention to the cancer. You see. All right. Do the dragon on this one. That's what he asked for. Oh yeah, we got Lip there. Does Lip have all of her stuff? I feel like she doesn't. I don't think she has all of her buffs yet. Let me look. Okay, so she has second skill buff and NP buff. That I don't think that's all of her buffs. That's annoying because on JP, where she has all of her buffs, you don't have heal boost. So like it's always something. Yeah, she's missing her first skill upgrade, which is let's see. That adds the Buster up. It adds the battery. And the Buster up is 3 turns. That's pretty big. That's really annoying that we have a... Yeah, no Buster and no battery. That's like so annoying, dude, that like... we got heal boost over here, but we don't have the first skill upgrade. And then over there we got the upgrade, but we don't have the heal boost. But that's the way of it sometimes. Alright, where's that Okita though? She probably, you know what, I think she can do it though. I do think she can. It's gonna be tough, it's gonna be harder than Kiara, but I feel like if she does everything right, she can do it. Especially on JP. Like, maybe not on NA, but on JP, I really do think she can do it. And honestly, if the dragon just had a slightly higher hit count, like 2 hit instead of 1 hit, then I definitely think she would have it. Because most enemies you're gonna fight are gonna have a decent hit count, and so you normally would get her NP, you know, faster than you would against the dragon. And yeah, Melt, it's true, doesn't have all 4 buffs either. I forgot about that. She doesn't... Yeah, she's got the battery, that's right. That's so stupid. Why did he buff her again? Because she can already win, I think. It's very close, but I think she can already win. And then obviously it's going to be easier if she has the... Although I will say, Melt gets her NP smooth enough that you can kind of loop the way you want to without the battery. However, what we could have done if she had her first skill buff is I could have not cast her first skill in advance to see if I was going to get my NP or not. And if I don't get it, I can just cast it on turn 1. And if I end up going over, like where I could have had it anyway, it's not a big deal because I still get the Star Bomb, right? And so you're like almost guaranteed to have your NP on turn 1, which then would probably result in you winning, so. I forgot Arash, but thankfully we got cards, so it's alright. We could do Ilya. I hate using lollies though, which I don't think I need to explain further, but it would be interesting to see how far she could get, because she does have an interesting toolkit. Although she doesn't have her buff either, because she got buffed kind of recently, and her buff was, in team play, it's like, kind of unnecessary, honestly, because a lot of times she could, like, go burr anyway. Like, it's still, you know, huge battery is always good, and you can use Black Grail easier, and so many things. Like, it's obviously good, but, like, the thing is, it's just, the way she played before... Like, it makes less of a difference than you would think, and I wouldn't normally say that with a battery that big, but, like, you could kind of already do what she needed beforehand. But I will say, now that she can use Black Grail easier, and with, like, Veach and Obram and everything, it will definitely allow her to, like, 3-turn, where maybe she would 4-turn before, or you know, something like that. So, I mean, it does matter, but... Alright, Star Jin is all I care about. Hopefully this crits, so we get overkill nice and clean, and... The crit could potentially make an extra star. Or, you know, we could just not make a star off of that card at all. Fine. No crits in the entire chain. Homemade 30. See, the problem if I use Ilya, like, one, I dislike Ilya, and I don't want to use lollies, but then it's like, then people are like, oh, then I can get him to use, you know, Chloe, and it's just, we don't want to open this can of worms here. Alright, so we're absolutely doing this. He doesn't have her buff. Oh my god, I hate innate. God damn it. Everyone's scuffed over here. It's because they're like, if they were like 6 months behind, it wouldn't be so bad. But it's 2 fucking years. Like, a lot of units get buffed in 2 years, generally speaking. So you normally have a pretty large chunk of the cast that you know, doesn't have their shit. It's really annoying. All right, I'm gonna do the second skill because that star spread was really bad. All right, Atlas right away. Yeah, I don't like Chloe. Lollies are not good, but she does have a good kit. There's no way around that. Like, she's a very good welfare. All right, what's the damage? 105. 2 stars, very nice. And we looped. And then they buffed the crap out of this unit, by the way, chat. Yeah, they've buffed her in a pretty significant way, I would say. I'd actually say between Okita, Passion Lip, and Melt, Melt's buff is actually the least impactful. Like, she just, like, batteries, like, sounds great, but the way Melt plays, it doesn't matter that much. Where Okita right now is missing her, the attack up thing from her first skill, and then she's missing her crit up buff from her second skill, and then also the battery. And like, if I had her, like, if I didn't use her second skill earlier, which I wouldn't have, I could cast it right now, and then it gives her 30 battery, and I could NP again. So it's kind of ridiculous. Well, Da Vinci Kiddo is a lolly, I guess, but at least she's not like not a sexualized kiddo, so it's not as bad as some of the other ones. Okay. It'd just do quick. 70% crit chance, though. That's fine, though. Maybe crit next turn. Okay, we got all the crits. Good. Doing well so far. Although he's getting his crits too, apparently. I was hoping he would buff one time. Let's see. So 2030, we definitely do this again just to redistribute the stars. That's a little bit better. Do I have heal? Okay, no heal. Wish we had heal on that Buster, because of the debuffs we can take care of with the Atlas. It is funny though that we are getting value out of our second skill, just because of the re-rolling on the stars. So we only got 1 crit there, but we were pretty likely to get 0 crits if I hadn't done it. So we might win. We're cutting this very close. We might win, but she would absolutely win if this was JP. Like, Melt can win either way. I think Melt can beat this with or without her most recent buff. But I do think her most recent buff might add a little bit of, like, consistency. Hard to say if it would affect the win rate a lot, though, because battery just doesn't matter too much on Melt, for the way she plays. think we're going to fall just a bit short. Hopefully we crit with everything here, though. We're really pushing it at the end. Oh yeah, she would definitely win with Yang CE, and that's also fair to bring up that Melt was using Yang CE. And I don't think she could do it without. Even on JP, I don't think Melt could do it without. Unless you had like a miracle run. Well, actually, no, she might still be able to do it. And that's because if you had like, because Pierce Vulnerability doesn't matter here. And there are some alternative long-term CEs that are not quite as good as Yang CE, but they keep up. Like even a limit broken imaginary around is close, right? If you're clicking the quick cards a lot, like she does click the Buster card every once in a while, and that would get no bonus whatsoever. And the extra attack would, I mean, Yang CE is definitely better, but like imaginary round keeps up. So on a good, really good run, maybe it would work. So I actually think we would have won this if we had the heal command code. I really do. I think if we could have healed like 2 or 3 times throughout this run, I would have enough health to live again, and then NP again, and with like the crits and stuff, I think it would work. Now, you might still lose because on a different run, the dragon just might crit you more, right? Stuff like that. But on like this run, I think if we had the heal command code, we would have done it. And we might still win here if he don't high roll. No high roll, no nonsense. Woo! I actually think we win. It's very close. Wait, no, maybe we don't. We don't have this skill. 1 turn cooldown. However, I feel ultra confident that we would have won this if we just had our buffs then, right? Like, because we'd have the extra damage and the crit up and the battery. Alright, we'll do Buster NP Buster. That's the most damage we can do. I think she has this. Missing the quick up is not that big of a deal. Like, oh yeah, we got this. I'm underestimating the normal card damage, especially because we crit. The only way I think we would have lost is if we low rolled and we didn't crit. Then we might not do it. Because we would have done like 10k there if we didn't crit. Oh wow, okay. No, we had that. Yeah, no, we had that. Even if we didn't crit, we had that. Yeah, especially if she's got her extra attack boost. Yeah, that'll do it. Okay, so here's the cool bit though. If she does have all the bells and whistles, like she has the right command codes, she's got her buffs from JP, she could do what we just did without being 120. She could do it at 100, I think. And I have a feeling we've probably done it before. Well, the thing is, Musashi can win. First off, Musashi was not that upgraded. We weren't as upgraded as that, and Musashi was within winning distance, so they can both do it. I'm quite confident. Because let's be honest, if we did that again and again with Okita, she's not winning every time. I mean, we just won with 156 health. That was not a 100% win rate. Now, I do think though, once Okita gets her buffs, I do think Okita is better in a solo in raw value, unless it's a fight that rewards, Pierce and Vulnerability, buff removal, debuff clear. And okay, here's the thing. Everything I just said is applicable very often, right? Because Musashi has buff removal, Pierce and Vulnerability, and she clears her own debuffs. Those come up and have a major impact on your value in a boss fight often. So if anything, it might actually still favor Musashi in more fights than not. But in a pure straight value check, I think Okita is better. Although Musashi got buffed too, but Okita's buffs I think overall are bigger. Unless you're fighting one of her niches for Musashi. I don't know, we have to test it again. They're always neck and neck. I mean, we've tested them on so much stuff over the years. They're obviously neck and neck, and like, they're normally not 1-to-1, like one's higher level or one's this or that, but like, I can generally see the difference. And now I'm running through it like that with her having those niches, and then she does have her NP buff. They're still really neck and neck. I mean, they're both super good. They're both ridiculous. They're both crazy good as last man standings. They're both crazy good as solos. They're both crazy good at team play. Like, they're both just so good in team play. So I mean, they're both just really good. Yeah, if you want to, we can try Musashi again, but I kind of want to try like those units on JP to show them at their best. But like, hold on, let's see what else we got here. We have a lot of units to get to. Oh god, Otto always scares me when he slots things. Let's see, we got... Oh, Sonic Brandon. We have to use her against something else, I feel like, just to be fair, but, that's an interesting one. That's an odd CE to give her. I get why, because of the way she plays, but, does she have, yeah, she's got Star Absorb. I'm not sure what to fight with her, though. If we had... Do we have Abigail? Yeah, we could do Abigail. Okay, you know, that really piques my interest. Let's do that, and let's see what Otto has real quick. Although this is probably going to be cursed. What am I doing? This is not... That is not the right menu. That is also not the right menu. Yeah, no, cool alter with Yang CE, because that's counterclassing everything. Let's see, Otto. Look at that cabin. Animation update, please, by the way. Okay, well, Otto is dead, so I guess we go to Abigail real quick here. Why does the game always make these things so difficult? Let's see, Abigail is Salem. Sometimes it does not want to give you like a certain person. It's just like nope. Do we need a rush for this? I know there are trash that are kind of tanky. I mean, because she's 118, she might not need it. But I guess I'll bring it. I feel like more times than not, it'll help. But like not in a cheating way. It won't give us any value on the boss. We're gonna need a gut CE, I think. Like, the only way you don't need a gut CE is if you kill Abigail so fast, or you can survive her and... Wait a minute. Wait, she has buff removal resistance. Right. So maybe we don't need a gut CE. But it's 80%. But wait a minute. I literally, I'm looking at chat right now. I'm not looking at my main monitor, so I can't see. The event we have right now... You can get the buff success chance command code, but I don't know if the time lock is up where it's obtainable yet. So there is a chance that this man has the buff success chance, so it'll make her buff removal 100%. So, I'm moving my head over, chat. Now we're looking at the main monitor, and we don't have it. So you can get it. Well, we don't. So. Yeah, I don't think we need a gut CE. If you have that command code, though, I would recommend equipping it, because I don't like rolling dice. 80% is so frustrating. Just Hans it? I don't know about that. Just get lucky. Sadly, not yet. Okay, well, we're just gonna have to go with what we have, and we're gonna have a Hans moment here. We're probably gonna need buff removal, or debuff clear, the debuff clear command code. I forgot, I think we had it. But Abigail debuffs a lot, so we're gonna want that. Let me grab water real quick. Chat, we have too many units to get to. We gotta do. Somehow we have to do Passion Lip. I don't know how we're gonna make that work, but we gotta do that somehow. We gotta see what Otto's got up. We gotta do Musashi again. There was a bunch of stuff on the list there worth using. But there's only so much time in the day. I need story replay, because this is what we do, chat. As we play through the story, you start at like Camelot and you just go to the bosses, and then you just like use different chat's units that are applicable to whatever boss you're doing, and you just kind of keep moving through the story, right? Like, that's a fun thing to do with chat's units, I feel like. But, you know, we don't have story replay, so... Pat, I have orange water, which, I mean, it's not bad, I guess, but like lemon water is quite good, right? Like sometimes I actually think lemon water is better than lemonade, depending on which, like the way various, either one of them is made, the way they're made respectively. That's the way to say it, right? Where with like orange water, it is just worse than orange juice in like every way possible, right? I've never had lime water. I actually should try that. But yeah, lemon water can be really good, and like, I mean, really good if it's made well. But yeah, orange water, I mean, it doesn't taste bad, but it doesn't taste that good either. We probably have tried Tam against the dragon, but I'm not doing that. Like that's exactly the kind of unit I'm not going to use against the dragon, because they're a stall unit against a boss that's outrageously easy to stall on. So you just sit there for a million turns doing nothing. It is so fucking boring. Like I'm not going to use Joan of Arc and fucking any of that nonsense. I'm doing 50 turn clears, thank you. Like I don't mind using stall units when the boss actually makes it hard to stall on them. Right, like when they're up. Because I gotta stress this, the dragon is not a normal boss. He is easier than a normal boss. And we are making him more like a normal boss by not counterclassing him. But because of that, like his damage is just lower than a normal boss would be and that kind of thing. And so he is susceptible to just stall tactics where he just literally does not do enough damage to ever kill them under any circumstance. And it's just really boring, so. But, see, if we had story replay, I'm sure we could find something for Tam, though, right? I'm sure there is a boss fight in the main story that using Tam on would be interesting, and I would do that, right? That's one of the main reasons I want story replay, because then no matter what someone's favorite unit is, I can find something applicable, right? I stand by that. I think I can find an applicable stage, be it on a budget team or in a solo, either one. I think I could find an applicable stage for any unit in the game, even Sanson and like Phantom. Now obviously they're gonna, you know, suck still, but like I could still find something, you know, worth doing. Where without story replay, that's not exactly the situation we find ourselves in. Nice NP gain here. I think I have enough turns where I don't need to do the quick card, but I can do that. Yeah, even Medea. Actually, I've already found a good stage for Medea, and it's that fight in 5.5 where you fight Shooten and Hohenheim. That's the one. Because first off, caster DPS is good there. Not that she's exactly caster DPS, but she does some. And then buff removal is good there, and she has buff removal. And then debuff is clear. Debuff clear is good there, and she has debuff clear. So that's a really good fight for her. And then like Aphrodite. Aphrodite, same thing. Casters are good, and debuff clear and all that stuff is good. And there you go. And then also Aphrodite is like thematic with Medea, so. You know, it's not too bad actually using Medea like that. Now, using Medea often for like every assassin boss fight you see, that doesn't work out so good. But you know, when you have story replay, you don't actually have to do that, so it's all good. So we can make. This is the hand I wish I had next turn. But like we can make stars now to maybe crit to make more stars next turn. I mean, a lot of story stages don't need a hard mode, but some do, right? Like Camelot could use a hard mode. But like, you and Horsebindo, you and you, if you will, that doesn't need hard mode. It's fine. It's a perfectly good boss fight as it is. Fluffy does not need a hard mode, right? Like, no way. But there are some boss fights that could use a touch-up. Alright, so... look what I'm talking. Look at this, chat. Look at this. Last turn we got 3 quick cards, and we didn't really need them, right? Now we need them, right? We want to make stars now, and we get Buster, Art, Buster, Art. There's no starch in here, right? Like at all. This is so BS. I guess we just do that. Depressing. I think that's the best I can do with Starjin. She did not even make a single star there. We made a star. Fantastic. We made 1 star. I shouldn't have attacked with her. Just Stella hitting more targets probably would have been more likely to take an extra star. 2 stars. Great. Alright. So let me look at Arash and F2P's kit real quick because I need to look at this the cooldown length on her buff removal resistance. Please tell me we have debuff. We don't have debuff. We have to restart. We have to have debuff clear. I thought we had it, but we don't. You are not doing this with her if you don't have debuff clear. You're just gonna get stunned a million times. Like, fuck that. I mean, not only does she cast that etiquette, she doesn't cast the stun too much, but I mean, it's going to proc. But then she casts the, but she does the NP drain a lot too, actually, which is really annoying. But yeah, we absolutely need debuff clear there. I mean, I guess if you get lucky, you could do the Atlas debuff clear and then just never get it again. But that's not, that is such an, you're adding such a needless RNG to the equation there. That was honestly a terrible start anyway, so I don't really mind restarting because we got 2 stars. Like, are you kidding me? Yeah, I don't like her stage 3. The spear looks really stupid, and then it's kind of like too much busy work going on with the... I don't even remember what her stage 1 is. I always forget which one is stage 1 and stage 2. Actually, wait a minute. I see. I'm looking on the wiki. No wonder I forget yeah, they're not that different. It's just the color, really. Yeah, the color is different, but and like the like a jewel. I think a jewel changes or something. But yeah, they're very similar. I would say stage 2 is probably a bit better. I think the black and red is just kind of cooler than burgundy and gold. Like, black and red is a really generic color combo, but it's good. I mean, it's fucking good, man. Okay, need a little bit of damage just to make sure Stella kills these. I mean, as far stage 1's not really red and black. It's more like I mean, there is black, but I mean it's like burgundy. I mean it's a shade of red, I suppose. I mean that's fair enough. But yeah, it's a different shade of red. I guess that's the right way to put it. They're fine. Stage 1 and 2 are both fine. Like, I don't have a Reshigal. I never even felt really. I probably would go stage 2 though. Like the black red's pretty cool, but yeah, I don't know. It wouldn't really matter to me. Alright, do a little bit of damage to this guy. Also, please don't debuff me. I could do a Brave Chain, but I might kill it, and that's actually not good. I think that's the wrong command code. I don't think that, that only removes a dot. We need the, like, just clear debuff one. Like that one doesn't do anything because we don't have, there's no dots here. I don't think. Actually, is there a dot here? I don't. There might be, but it's not. That doesn't matter. We just need the generic one. Let me see here. Yeah, no, yeah. This one needs to be just like, you know, it's the purple one. I wish that one cleared any debuff though. That'd be awesome, because then we would have 3 any debuff clear command codes. Because we have 2 right now, but that would make it 3. And then you could do a Brave Chain where the entire Brave Chain would remove a debuff. That would be really nice. We do have a crap load of command codes though that remove dots. Because you've got the generic one, and then there's that sheep one, like this one right here. And I think there's another one as well. There we go. Okay. Let's see. The other thing we could probably do that would be better would be like heal boost on something and then maybe heal on Buster, but this should be well enough. I find heal on Buster is if you have 2 Buster cards is the way to go, because if you need to skip it, you can just use the other Buster card and you can do like quick or quick art and that's fine. But if you need to use it, Buster cards are incredibly easy to work into a combo. So I really like heal on Buster. There are some units though that it's not right on, and I'm not sure with the Reshigal. I don't use her enough to be. Because you might want to, like, every once in a while you're going to do NP quick art, right? And so you might want the heal available there. So it really might be better on quick. I'm not 100% sure. But what I feel like you would want is heal boost on quick and then heal on Buster. And so you get the heal boost when you're doing NP quick art, and then you heal after, right? But I might not be thinking that through properly. Because you might be looping and stuff like that. And you want to do the heal boost a second time, so... Alright, I don't really... Well, no, I can do the quick. It's fine. I actually really like command codes, though. They're really awesome for, like, strategizing and setting up your favorite character and all that. I just dislike the UI, is all. Oh, and also the fact that they have a million command codes that are completely derivative, and it bloats the UI and adds a bunch of icons and stuff that gets really obnoxious, where they could just... When they want to have multiple crit ups, just make it the same command code and you have multiple copies of it and stuff. There's no reason to have, like... There's like 4 fucking Buster crit up command codes, and there's 2, like, 20% crit command codes for any one. But then there's a bunch of 20% crit damage ones for, like, a card-specific color. Like, just don't do that. Just make it, like, you know, 6 20% crit damage command codes, and then these stack, right? So when you have that one picture, it has X6 next to it. There's no reason to make all these, like, tiny side grades or... You know, like, only do it when it's meaningful. By all means, make a side grade, but only do it when it's a meaningful thing. Don't just, like, randomly do it. Because what they do is they're like, oh, we haven't given out a command code for, like, Buster crit damage in a while, so we'll just find it, we'll make a new one. Or instead of, you know, bringing back the old one or whatever. And that's dumb. I don't like that. Because it makes the UI very bloated, right? You have so many command codes now. It makes it difficult to sort through them all. It's just needlessly frustrating and tedious. And as time goes on, it just gets worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. I mean, it's already really bad, and I'm like, we're just gonna keep adding command codes? Yeah, that is funny though. Yeah, we only have the one stun resist. I think they kind of fear, like how they would make a side grade to that, so... If you gave it a really powerful side effect, or anything that's useful on top of what it already does. Because they're not gonna want to make a new one that has the exact same effect, right? That's just kind of their philosophy. And so if you add it with like a Star Bomb, or you add it with like 5% crit damage or whatever, it's like it's already so meta, making it better is kind of busted. Not everything gets worse and worse in FGO. You know, they added the Pure Prism system, which is very good. Although in order for that system to be good, you need to have good gameplay to go along with it, which we don't really, you know, we don't have replayable content anyway to go along with it. But anyway, Pure Prism system is good. The advanced quest system is good. It's not really good yet, but it's a system in place that could become very good eventually. Oh hey, that's silly. We guarded the other debuffs, so now we just removed the defense down. Alright, I forgot to look at her first skill cooldown. It is 6 turns. And did I bring Atlas? So if I need to recast it, I can. So I think I just do it now. Just so I don't take as much damage. Hey look, we landed the debuff resistance, or the buff removal resistance. And that means when we need it later, chat, we'll land it again. Like, totally. We have the worst fucking crit chance right now. Okay, let's remove the defense down, we'll do this, and then hopefully... We can probably NP again here. We've got our battery, and she has a high hit count. Technically, the UI is similar to Arknights. I actually had a stream about that where I showed the UIs next to each other. They're very similar, it's just FGO is worse at everything. Like, they have a very similar layout in the way they handle things. It's just Arknights is better in every way like possible. Like they use the same kind of map system, they use a very similar upgrade system and everything. It's just what Arknights does is you go to a menu and you click the character, and then everything you want to do for that character is in that one spot. Their skill ranks, their NP rank, which is potential in that, but yeah, they're all that stuff is all their interludes. It's all right there and just nice and easy to get to. So you're not like going back and forth 20 times. Okay, so a little silly here, but I'm just gonna I'm doing it. Just I'm not gonna fail the loop just because of that. So fuck it. But yeah, that was kind of silly. All right, now we have a little bit more crit chance. We have 25,000 health right now. No ramps. Very sad. There we go. If you're gonna do our NP drain, you want her to do it first. Especially if you're a unit that can't go over 100%, but okay! Nice to loop, but then not. She is a servant. I don't really need to heal because we're still in our bonus health, so I guess I'll just art so I can maybe get excess NP, and it's got a good crit chance anyway. Nice. Oh my god, chat, remember how buggy Abigail is against... I need to make a video of that. Abigail against Biset. That is so buggy, like, cause the coding on her, like, Resurrect was just not designed to happen on your turn. On her turn, excuse me. It's designed to happen on your turn. That was so messed up. And actually, it sucks. It actually hurts, though, Biset normally. It helps Biset if you don't want to get punched in the face as much. You will take less damage because of it, but you'll counterattack less, right? So it's kind of, I'd say it hurts Biset more than it helps her, but it does help her a little bit because of that. Now we're at 282. That's a little ridiculous. Okay, now I want to heal. But yeah, I remember when they added that system, because it's a unique system, I kind of figured there was going to be some legacy interactions that would be messed up. And there are. Well, here's the thing, okay. The reason Biset's NP doesn't break the bar is actually has nothing to do with Biset. The bar is not allowed to be broken until it's like a specific timing in the turn order, right? And it's so you absolutely can't like break more than one health bar, like no matter what. Like that's why it's like that. So if you pay attention, the bar is not broken when you like attack them, right? It doesn't break then. It has to wait for like the turn to switch over, and at the start of the turn, it's allowed to break, right? And after that timing has happened, like still during their turn, it can't break after either. It must break there, right? The game like checks to see if it can break there, and if they're out of health, it'll break it. And if it's at any other timing, it will not break no matter what. It doesn't matter what type of unit it is. That's why like dots can't do it and all kinds of other stuff. But they can kill. That's the thing. The dot can outright kill the enemy unit, right? Because it's not a bar break. It doesn't have that weird coding where it's only allowed to be broken at a certain time. So like Biset can kill you with her counterattack, right? She can make you die, right? She can send you to hell with her counterattack, but you can't break the bar, right? But she can still hit them. She can keep attacking. Right? The counterattack still happens. You still get the star gen. You still get the NP gain. But with Abigail, the game like freaks out, and basically, because Abigail is like the other way, where her resurrection is only supposed to happen on your turn, and it's supposed to happen. Hi, Kath. But it's supposed to happen as soon as you do it, right? Because you're allowed to like Buster crit Abigail in the face and kill her, and then the resurrect will happen, and you're still your turn, right? And then it'll do the NP, and then you could theoretically kill her again. I mean, good luck doing that much damage, but I mean, you could do it. And then she's supposed to resurrect, right? So Abigail can resurrect as many times as possible, but it's coded to be on your turn. The problem with Biset is she can now die on the enemy's turn, which is not supposed to happen. And because it's not technically guts, the game just isn't coded for this. And it's not a break bar, right? So it doesn't have like that specific timing. So what happens is Biset will kill her, she will get resurrected, and then the game like doesn't know how to like give the turn back to Abigail like it does with your unit, and it just stops. Like the turn just stops. No matter what, she won't even cast a skill at like nothing, like you might see in a. But yeah, hi Kath, what's up? What were you playing, Kath? I didn't see. But yeah, it's just coded weird, and then because the break bar thing looks weird with Biset, but it's actually consistent. It's consistent with like how things have worked in the past. It's just you normally wouldn't really be able to check it. But yeah, it's all very weird. However, Biset can still do weird shit like break your bar on her turn, like she's supposed to, with like a buster, crit, quick crit, whatever. Bar breaks, and then the health bar switches, and because it's an in-between phase where the bar breaks, right? Then the enemy takes their turn, attacks you, and then you counterattack. And then you could, if they have no more break bar, you can kill them, right? They can just outright die. Pokemon. I've still never played a Pokemon game in my life, but you know, maybe someday. Man, I feel like this is happening like every turn because of the drain and such. We're not looping as we normally would. Okay, I'm gonna need to Atlas anyway, so I think I do it now so I can do my third skill. Which would be so much better if I could NT, but it just is what it is. Okay, we do not first skill though, that's a catastrophe. Quick would be nice. Do that one first because of the debuff. But art is safer in case we get drained. I mean, what could go wrong? So Biset versus Fluffy. It's all the same stuff where like she can kill on their turn, but she can't break a bar on their turn. However, anytime she hits them, she does remove a curse stack, so she can remove more curse stacks in a turn than any other unit in the game. And because the boss is AoE, she always gets attacked, and Fluffy doesn't cast skills very often, so it's very reliable that you will remove buffs. And 2 years, thank you, Ephra. Thank you for the 2 years of getting scammed. Absolutely. But thank you, Ephra. I really appreciate it. But yeah, so Biset can remove Fluffy's buffs faster than any unit in the game. There's no one can match it. And then Vertfire was just holding on to that. Thank you for the year, Vertfire. After I was giving him shit earlier too. But yeah, Biset can get that big boy damage going on Fluffy just faster than anybody, and there's no one else that can possibly do that. You can't attack. She can like fucking attack 6 times per turn. Actually, she can attack more than that because extra attack theoretically. But in a team setting, what you do, I've never done it, but I know the game. I know this will work. What you do is you bring a bunch of supports for Biset. You don't save any of the supports. You don't use any survivability on them. You just give the survivability to Biset. Like the story support, Castoria, you just cast it on Biset so she lives a turn, right? And you let Castoria die, right? You just keep cycling your supports so you can NP as much as possible. So you basically, so you can counterattack every turn no matter what. And then you want her doing like, you know, buster crits and crap on her turn. You have to get lucky, but I mean, that's just, you know, how it is if you're trying to go fast. And then, yeah, you cycle the supports and you just win like in 3 or 4 turns. I guess it'd be 4 or 5 turns. That'd be really RNG though. You could win reliably with Biset, where like you could have like a 90% win rate or whatever, but you're not gonna have like a 90% win rate within like 4 turns or what have you. That's just because you're gonna have to have the new supports coming in, and you have to happen to get Biset cards, right? Like it won't work otherwise generally. I mean, it will sometimes because the counterattacks will get them so low. I don't know. Actually, maybe you can get a good win rate. I'd have to play with that. I used her against Fluffy, and it was pretty crazy how good she was. Yeah, she is one of the best units ever for that fight, just because of the unique interaction with her counterattack. And then she just needs to play differently than other people. You need to go gas mode, because there's no point in going slow if you're getting rid of the curse stack quickly. And you don't want his debuffs from attacking you and you attacking him and all that to add up. Okay, so we have to land the 80%. If we don't, we lose. But, you know. Hey, we got it. Feels good. I guess we save our second skill. BB is tempting because she could attack us a lot and give us 50% and then we do our second skill. But she could NP drain as well. I have no debuffs. I mean, I want damage, but... Okay, here's what I do. I do one buster and then art. We split the difference here. Hopefully that's okay. Yeah, you cannot stun Fluffy. He is, he has a passive where he's immune to charm, stun, petrify, any of that. There's a lot of bosses, like Mothman, all kinds of bosses that are immune to stun, or they have a hidden stun resistance, like where they have a higher chance to guard stun, that don't work on petrify. But that's Fluffy's not like that. Fluffy is just straight up, nope, you can't have it. Which is kind of annoying because the boss is so rough. I mean, okay, if you're at a really high level of play, or a high level of play is not the right way of putting it. If you're at a whale level of play, you're using really powerful supports and stuff, right? Then it's kind of good. You can't stun them, right? Because like you have it easy enough as is. You kind of need to have something to worry about. But like on weaker teams, like free-to-play stuff, you know, having a stun would not trivialize the fight, and you could use the help. So. But that's just kind of how FGO is. Yep, we did not get the crits, but we did get our NP anyway. Now the question is, do I hold... I think I do hold on to the Buster up for like one more, just because she can drain. So we should... I swear we'll do 47k here, then I can do this. I'll be very pissed off. I have not been paying attention to our NP damage though, to be honest. Because I knew this was going to be like a long one. I should have though, because if this isn't going to kill, I should have done one normal attack first. Oh hey, Nito! Okay, we probably... That would have worked if I had done my second skill. Well, at least we get it though. I messed up. We're looping so easily. I should have done the second skill for the damage. Yeah, I definitely messed up. Also, she quick charge, kind of that. I mean, we're so close to like winning or losing at this point, I had to just throw it out. It sucks, but yeah, I just messed up. We're probably gonna lose though, because she still, after the next resurrect, she still has one more life. I don't think we got it. I don't think I played perfectly though. I think I could have been more greedy. That's what I think you need to do. So, what I'm about to describe, oh hey, Grant. But what I'm about to describe almost guarantees she's not going to have a 100% win rate. But what you need to do is rely more on Abigail giving you... Fuck off with the 90% crit fail. But you need to rely on Abigail giving you your NP through attacking you, and you need to try to sneak in more buster crits. You do need to do your art card from time to time, but you need to try to do more normal card damage throughout the fight. Damn, we could have easily lived another turn. That was unfortunate. Not bad though, for like she's AoE for crying out loud, so like yeah, there's units that can solo this of course, but they're normally single target. So I would say that was still a pretty impressive performance. I don't think anything we could change right now would result in a W. Like I'd have to like really change how I approach that to get a win. I mean Yang CE, right? That would do it. I think we would definitely win with that, but it's so much more impressive if you win without it, but we'll try this again in future. Just remind me, because I'll have to... What we'll need to do, though, like I said, is just get a little more lucky and focus on getting NP from being attacked. But yeah, better CE is probably what we need. Like, that was not the best CE in that context. Now, in some contexts, it's the best, especially if they have, like, lower health bars, right? And you're wanting to, like... you have the damage. Like, Lostbelt 4 Tree. When you fight the tree and Hot Wheels... That CE would actually probably be pretty good there, but for there I don't think it was right. But the difference between it and like something else, I don't think would have been great enough to make up the difference that we were lacking there. Yeah, actually Golden Sumo would have been better. I don't think that's the best one though. I think you actually want no starting NP because you have those extra trash mobs, and she has a 50% battery that we could probably just throw out on turn 1, right? So you want like Golden Sumo is good, but you probably want something like very long-term oriented. And I'm not sure what it would be, to be honest, but I mean Yang CE, but that's some BS. All right, chat. Oh, we still haven't gotten auto. I'm kind of cheating by seeing what he has up when I can't even summon him. Oh, it's just Sheba. Okay. Well, I mean, we know it's suffering, but do you want Abigail or Dragon? That's the question. Because she can't do either, by the way. I feel like she has a better chance against Dragon, though. Abigail is just gonna annihilate her, I'm pretty sure. Dragon, okay. Oh boy, can they please buff Sheba? Because like I like Sheba, she's cool, and she's not a gender bend, and you know, it's all a unique thing with the heal down, right? It's just her raw value is trash. It's so bad. She can beat the dragon at 120. Are you sure about that? I mean, maybe with Yang CE. Actually, I would say probably with Yang CE. I feel like that would only work if you just get so lucky it's stupid. Like, I don't see how she lives long enough to do enough damage, because even at 120, I don't see her doing that good of damage. Like, I could believe it if she has Yang CE. I'd believe that. But, she does have a lot of HP, I guess, but... I mean, yeah, well, you know, okay, now that I think about it, she has attack down. And if she's getting good, like, decent RNG, if you're spamming the attack down, the dragon is not actually going to do that much damage to you. And if you have, like, heal boost and heal... Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I could kind of see that. I'd swear, though, there's no way it's a high win rate. Well, I tell you what, though, if you could... I don't know if you could do this without losing a lot of value, but if there's a way for her to work in the crit down command code without losing a lot of value... because the fight's going to go on a long time, and if you remove the crit down, will buy you like 1 or 2 less crits from you getting hit, right? And that'll buy you a few turns. So yeah, maybe. Even then, though, I feel like at best your win rate's going to be like 50-50. But I mean, that's better than some units. Some units are like, you know, 30, 35, 25. We got some units like that. I don't know though. I wonder if like units at 120, if that's just like enough stats for most units to like increase the win rate like by a crap load. Because at 100, we see more units fail than succeed. That's the thing. Like we absolutely do. At 100, more units fail than win. But at 120, so far that has not been the case. But we have not actually used that many 120s, so we don't really have a sample size to go off of. But I have wondered that if at 120. If like most units just have raw stats enough to win at that point, even if they don't have like a particularly great toolkit for soloing, like I do wonder, and maybe that is true. I don't know. We'll see. Eventually, I find it's fucked up though, because NA got the coin system early and people knew way in advance that the coin system was coming. People were rolling on things, you know, that they didn't actually need the extra. They already had MP5. I absolutely see more 120s or 118s and stuff like that. I see more of them on NA right now than JP. It's not even close. And it's just because a lot of popular stuff was rated up in that period between the coin system being announced on JP, right, versus it being added on NA, so people could get popular units and get the coins. Where on JP they had missed them, right? Like Beastly, right? Beastly on NA can get Fujino to 120, but on JP. Where, you know, I think JP is his main account, he can't because he missed the rate up. Like there's just there's more rate ups, right, on an A for like popular units between now and then. So eventually JP will catch up though. Once JP like goes around the wheel, right, and it gets like most of the popular rate ups again for like the popular units, then it'll completely catch up to NA. But yeah, in the short term, NA is ahead, but it won't last. At least I would think so, but dude, yeah, that's the glue emote. The glue, dude, that's perfect. That Rue emote with the glue, that's literally JP. You're just like sitting there. You're not allowed to do the thing you want to do, even though you know about it and you actually had it before an A did, but you can't actually get the fucking the coins. It's just like impossible. Like everybody did everything on NA. Like they started saving their FP for like if they were a low star fan. So they've got like, you know, 4 million FP and stuff, and then everyone was saving, like trying to get the rate ups, and trying to go beyond NP5. Where if they already had NP5, they would have just passed on the banner or stopped at NP5. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? This is a big deal. It really is, because if I can NP right now, I can use my cooldowns right now. Okay. I am going to just do this because depending on RNG, you can have your NP by now. So, I mean, normally we wouldn't have needed it, and I was trying to still get the stars. Because the thing is, if I had done more NP gain, I would not have the 14 stars right now. And the stars matter because we have Star Bomb. But yeah, we're just gonna pretend we got good RNG and we got our NP there. I'm not gonna reset just to until the cards line up the way that I want. Okay, here's the thing though. Do I fit? I don't think we do the second one. Because it's only 30-50. What if I don't art chain though? Because we gotta play the long game. You know what? I'm gonna do this. Because there's a pretty good chance we wouldn't loop anyway. So we'll just focus on NP gain on the next turn when I actually need the heal. And see, this way I have 70-50 and I get the heal boost. And we do more damage. So yeah, this is fine. We have a buster up anyway. No, you don't do fucking NPQA. Like there's no way we do that. Like unless the only way you do that is if the dragon has like enough hit count that it's gonna get you the next NP. Like, cause we just did so much more damage there, and I think we're gonna get our NP in the next turn either way. Cause like there's no way that would have gotten me my NP. There's no way, but I'm gonna get it next turn regardless. So there's no point. Now, what really sucks is we got crit immediately by the boss, and he didn't he didn't buff at all. So like, but this is the thing. I don't believe that at 120 she has a good run rate. Like I mean maybe because again 120 is a huge stat boost, but I don't think so. It's like more times than not you're just gonna fucking die way before you kill him. Unless you just get miracle RNG. Like, I definitely believe that if she gets good RNG, she's got it, but, yeah, that's a lot of units at that point. Do I want to do the quick card to... I don't need the NP gain. We're going to get our NP here. But if I do the quick, I might crit next turn. And on that turn, I can do art. That's probably more worth it. I think trying to... Yeah, I think we do it like that. That is true. Default, I could see being better, because the fight's gonna go on so long that Atlas will lose its burst, and then you can do the heal boost on heal. Yeah, that I definitely think is right. Because you'll heal like 3 times. And if you heal boost it 3 times, that is a lot of health. That is definitely better. Because Atlas is like better at the very start here, and if the fight was like over within like this health range right here, then Atlas is better, but because we just keep going, right, Atlas isn't going to be worth it. Funnily enough, though, Atlas can become worth it again, though if the fight goes on even longer and you have rank 10 Atlas and it comes off cooldown, then it's even better. But one, this is not rank 10, and I don't think the fight is going to go that long. But yeah, I can definitely see default making a really big difference because you're going to be able to heal boost it so easily. Because like a unit like Ku, right? A unit like Ku could definitely have a fight where the fight goes on so long that Atlas ends up being better because you use it twice. But you're never doing that on Sheba, and you're never doing that on like Melt, right? Like from earlier, like that's not going to happen. But it is weird that you have like this weird like timing between default and Atlas that kind of goes back and forth. But these days, actually, Ku is better with default. I'd say more times than not, Ku is better with default. Like, it's probably a lot more one-sided for Sheba. Sheba, it's probably like 90-10, right? Like, Sheba would really have to care about the debuff aspect for her to want Atlas. But with, like, Ku, it's like 70-30, maybe 60-40. But Ku definitely is swung in the favor of default. I tell you, it's kind of wild, though, how good default is as a Mystic Code when it is the default one, right? And it is really, really good. I don't think we crit buff here. I think we'll do that next turn. Okay. I guess we just art here, and then we'll heal next turn. Maybe we get lucky and we get some bullshit crits. That's unlikely. Hey, that's another reason Alice isn't good. Her skills don't have a huge effect. That's like Baldy. I mean, really, Baldy is not very good with Atlas because his skills suck. So it's like, fuck it. Still though, even with default, I think there's going to be a lot of RNG. You need like those first couple of turns to go really well with the crits to kind of get the ball rolling, so you start getting the debuffs, so you have like the attack downs. Like, I think it's very unlikely she would have a good win right here. But default absolutely is better. Like that, I can see that like clear as crystal. We were super close to looping there. That sucks. So the only way this is a good timeline is if we don't die this turn. So I have to just try not to die here and save the invulnerability. Atlas did almost nothing here though. Like because we're not using this skill the second it comes back. Now I'll use it one turn before, I'm only whipping it for one turn, but like that's very minimal effect. There's no point in going for stars because we're going to die pretty quick. So yeah, our only chance of like getting a nice chunk extra value here though is if we heal and we do not die. And now we do have double attack down, so we just need him to buff once and not crit, I think. We might be able to survive 3 hits if he low rolls. Nope. No, actually no, we can. Okay, I can't math. 172. Oh, thank you, attack down, because between the 3 hits, like each one of them was losing more than 100 attack, way more, so yeah, that saved the shit out of us there. Well, at least we get one last hurrah. Okay. We should try to loop. I mean, we have art up, and those are decent crit chances, so. So I definitely can see that she can win at 120, like with default, but still, I don't think it's not going to be half as smooth as like Okita or something like that. And like, cause like right now Okita can do it, but you know it's a little shaky, right? She barely won, but she's missing her 2 buffs. So with her 2 buffs, I think she's just got this in the bag. And actually, I think Okita's got this at 100. And I mean, maybe on a miracle turn or a miracle run, Sheba maybe could do this at 100. You would have to do literally everything though to give yourself the opportunity for good RNG, which is bullshit. Like I actually really hate solos like that because they're just bullshit. Like what you would do is you go no starting NP with the max value, you magically get your NP, and you make the most stars like possible in the turn before the first turn with the dragon, and then you crit with everything and you loop, and then the dragon doesn't crit you, and then now you have instantly have double attack down on him, right? And you just kind of keep the ball rolling. And just throughout the run, you get a lot of your crits, and you don't get crit too much. And then she might be able to do it at 100, but like that's like, we're talking like 5%. Like I don't think people realize when you add just a few extra like variables, how much extra RNG gets in there. I don't think you need to crit every turn, but like you would have, the beginning part would have to go ludicrously well. Yeah, actually, if you're gonna have to get that lucky, you don't use a Arash, but that shows how bullshit it is though. You have to have like so much go right, because the reason I use Arash is because I've done this with so many units over so many years. I know this for a fact that depending on RNG, sometimes you don't like you don't even kill the golems. Like that can just happen, right? And like a decent, it doesn't happen more times than not, but like a sizable amount of times, you literally don't kill the golems, and then they will hit you in the face, or you have to use up survivability, and then you have to reset. Right? So if there's a chance of having to literally reset on the trash, I would rather do the consistent thing where you never have to reset no matter what happens, even if you lose out on NP gain, because that's way more legit. It's way more reliable. And like, if in my opinion, if a unit can't win unless they get all this like lucky, you know, good stuff with the golems, you're kind of bullshitting it anyway. And like what I see a lot of people doing like videos is they will make a setup, not necessarily for the dragon, most people don't make videos for the dragon, but people will do for like hard solos, like if a unit can barely beat it or like really can't beat it reliably, is they will make a setup that completely relies on like the first 3 turns going miracle well, but because the first 3 turns happen immediately, it doesn't take a long time to like see the RNG. They'll just sit there resetting it over and over and over and over and over again. And then once they get the good RNG once, then the rest of the run is probably going to work, even if it doesn't go super well. And then they just win. And then they post that and like, oh, look, this unit can solo this thing. And it's like, not really. It's like you're kind of just save scumming at the beginning through resetting over and over again. Because here's the thing. It's not a dog shit run, though, against if a unit is dog shit, if the Arash thing screws them over, you're not a good solo unit. Clearly, right? Because like almost any unit like worth their salt, if they miss that like 1 turn, that's not going to screw them over, right? Like, yeah, it's going to lower their value and it doesn't feel good, but they can still win. If your lose or if your fail or success is based off of that, you're cutting it so close anyway. It's like you're just relying on RNG at the start at that point, right? We're like, what's a unit that's a good example that can like solo this, but it's not like boring like with stall. I mean, probably Okita and JP, I would imagine, but they can do it even with stuff going wrong. Because the thing is, this is why I think this matters, is because in a realistic scenario, be it you're soloing Mothman or you're doing a team setup against a Fluffy, or you're trying to solo, Hercules and Nerofest or whatever the hell is going on, right? In a practical scenario in FGO, something is going to go wrong, right? Like something is going to go wrong, right? And something like me and I think Ace of Hearts both agree on, because I've seen him rant about this like in his video descriptions. Sometimes they'll make boss fights like Sheba, funnily enough, where if something is going to go wrong, right? Because the Sheba boss fight is RNG all over the screen. And it's designed in a way where you should be able to weather some bad RNG. Like when something goes bad, you're supposed to be able to like deal with it. But sometimes the budget teams are having to push it on value so much they can't. And so they have to get that miracle run. And I don't think Sheba was quite that bad, but that's my point. And so like, same thing with like a solo. If it only works if like this exact thing happens and then this exact thing happens, it's like bullshit. I never like those kind of solos, and like that's why I don't generally post them, is because they're not realistic, right? No, that's not like normal. Like that's not normal gameplay. That's not like how the game is normally. And you're supposed to have to. Now, sure, sometimes the game truly gives you such bad RNG that the bad RNG was so unlikely that it's like it's more than the reverse side of like getting like really good opening hands and just not getting crit at a bad time or just happening to crit. Because like I remember the Ilya solo of Hercules way back in the day, right? That Rise made. I never liked that solo because I knew exactly what it was. It was resetting over and over and over again until Ilya happened to get a good crit spread, where like his Buster card happened to get like an 80% crit, or he just happened to crit with like a 40% crit chance or whatever. And the reason I thought that was bullshit was because the run does not work if you do not specifically Buster crit twice on those key turns that you're NPing. Like no matter what you do, it will not work if that doesn't happen. And there is no way for Ilya to give himself a good crit chance on that turn, right? That's like, and that kind of thing we're talking about with the beginning bit, that is that kind of RNG, because you can't reliably give yourself that kind of good start. Hi, Cairo. You cannot reliably get Ilya to crit in that situation, right? And see, I don't think like a run relying on some kind, no, I'll get into the taunt thing in a second, but that's not unrealistic at all, and I'll get into that in a second. But relying on like let's say you're fighting a big boss with 1,000,000 HP, right? Well, I guess this guy's 1,000,000 HP, right? So throughout the run, right, Sheba is going to crit, right? There is just no way Sheba is not going to crit, even though Sheba is not one of those units that can reliably crit at a specific time, right? She is going to crit at some point. And Ku is actually similar to that. Ku's a bit better because he does have quick, but Ku is the same way. Ku cannot like guarantee that he's absolutely going to crit like on this exact turn or not. But over a long run, because Ku is doing quick, and you're going throughout the run, you're going to get crits. And Ku doesn't need them at specific times. That's why I actually like Ku solos, because Ku needs to crit, but it does not matter when. And Ku can live long enough that even if he has a bad turn, he's getting it at some point. Ku doesn't have to rely on some like, oh, you gotta arc crit after your NP, so then you can loop an NP again. But I'm not a unit that has a good chance to crit with my arc card, right? That is bullshit. Like, I'm sorry, that is absolute bullshit, because there's no reliable way to do it. And again, Ku might need to crit, but he just has to do it at literally any old turn, right? He just wants the damage from it. So it doesn't matter if it's after this NP or that NP, or it doesn't matter. Just whenever he gets it, he gets it. And going back to Ilya, same shit, right? It's not like Ilya just needed to crit 2 times throughout the run. No. Ilya needed to specifically buster crit on his NP turn when he cannot guarantee it, or even close, right? Normally back then, because Ilya wasn't buffed back then, his crit chance on those turns was going to be garbage, right? So it was just super random if you were get it. And the whole run doesn't work if it doesn't happen, right? And needing these ridiculously good opening hands, right, that just happen to work out perfectly, it's the exact same thing. It's the exact same thing. And that is absolutely not like the taunt walls with NP on death, because one, your taunt walls are still generally hurting you. So for like example, if you get good opening hands, you don't need the NP charge on death. You don't, right? Let's say we're using Ku, right? So I use Ku all the time. Let's say you let's say your opening hand, you get George's art card, and you get one of Ku's quick cards, and you get Ku's art card, right? And your taunts again do not have NP on death, right? And so then Ku gets to do that, or you get an art chain, right? Maybe Chen Gong's there, and you get an art chain with Ku, right? And then hand 2, deck shuffles, you get Ku's art card again, right? And maybe you had the Merlin command code, so you got the 10%, and especially if you have Ku's passive, so you do your art card again, you probably are going to have your NP now, and you don't need the NP on death, right? But the only reason that works is because you got really fucking lucky with the hands, you know, you just happen to get it, right? So removing the NP on death doesn't really change anything. You could still do it. It's adding way more RNG. Why I like NP on death is because you can have something really bad happen, right? Where you get like garbage hand or normal hand, and you'll probably get your NP, but you don't get the damage. You have a lot of negatives. But then if you get lucky, right? You get luck on top of you have the NP on death and you get lucky. You're just gonna overcharge, and it doesn't mean anything. Like more, I would say way more times than not, even on Ku. Actually, I would say pretty much all the time on Ku. I go way over 100%, and like I would say most of the time it doesn't even do anything, because so the NP on death is to remove the outlier unlucky situation. Because for real, Ku normally solos with Golden Sumo. For it's not going to that, but it normally solos Golden Sumo. So that is 50%. And then if you get your art card right on hand 1, you get especially with Merlin, you're already almost done right there. You're almost already done. And actually, if you art chained, you are done. And if you get like quick art, you're incredibly close to being done. And if you literally just get a quick card in the next turn, you've got it. That's not even super crazy RNG, right? That's actually really reliable. And then if you have Ku's passive, right, now you're at 70% starting NP. Merlin, if you happen to get it, is 10. Now you're at 80. Right, you literally don't need the NP charge on death. It just saves you time. There is a huge, and I know this because I've done it. Like I solo constantly in these games. The RNG difference between like what the NP on death is making up for, like the really bad RNG that it's preventing, is so rare that is not that's a false equivalent to like having no starting NP using a long-term CE and then getting like really good hands at the beginning, and then also like for this fight specifically, you know, killing the golems in time so a golem doesn't get to hit you, etc., etc. Because I've done it. I've done this shit. I've done this without Arash many times, and it is a sizable amount of times that one golem will live and then punch you in the face, and then the run is ruined. Where if you don't bring NP charge on death, the amount of runs where you won't get your NP if you're doing a typical solo, which is normally going to have a golden sumo because it's really good, etc., etc. The amount of runs that's making up for is tiny, right? It's very rare. So like, although like what you're saying is true, it's not equivalent, right? It's not even remotely equivalent, because unfortunately FGO is going to have a degree of RNG, you know, no matter what you do. But the RNG difference here is really big, right? Because like needing that stupid good opening, and in Sheba's case, it's bigger than normal because not only do you need to kill the golems, you need to get the NP, which he does not have very good NP gain. So you need to get the NP, you need to get the kills, and then you need stars on the final turn, so then you can crit on the first turn of on the dragon, and then it needs to be your NP gain cards. That is actually exactly like Ilya, but worse, right? Like that's literally what Ilya has to do, but her odds are worse, right? Now I will say you can do. No, her NP gain is not absurd. It absolutely is not. You know, it's not like the worst ever, right? It's not like Scath, but no, she's not like that great of a looper. She relies on critting to loop, where there's a lot of like units that have really good NP gain that can loop without critting. That's like why she's not like that great of NP gain. Again, she's not like terrible, right? Because she has 2 art cards, she has art up, right? So it's okay, but you are not. I know this because you're literally not looping with her unless she fucking crits. And you're not reliably critting because she has terrible star gen and her star bomb's not that good. Like I know this shit, man. I've seen people pull this crap on me so many times because I'm like all about the solo scene. There's nothing special. Yeah, I know it's like 3% on her art card when it's active is fine, but like she doesn't have the world's biggest hit count. Like she just objectively does not have amazing NP gain. Like it's not bad. Like I don't know if I might have said bad at first. I don't know what I said. And if I said bad, that's exaggerating, right? Then I'm wrong there. But she is not one of those units that loops easily. Like absolutely not. Like she is no Archer Artoria. She's no 100 face. She's none of that, and she's just not. Well, I mean, the thing about 100 face is the reason 100 face does so well is because she makes stars rather easily while doing art chains, which is kind of broken. But she absolutely does not. I mean, the proof is in the pudding. Look at this run. We are not looping. Like, yeah, we're NPing an okay amount, but if I do this with 100 face, I'm NPing every fucking turn, other than maybe the first one. So that's a huge difference there. Like, I don't think I'm wrong here at all. It's like, the proof is absolutely in the pudding. Like, see, if you crit, then it's really good, right? See, if you crit, you get a bunch, but she is not like 100 face. Look, we barely looped, right? We got exactly the amount of NP gain to loop, but that's only because we crit. And again, she does not have a reliable way to make herself crit. So it's a lot like what Ilya has to do to solo Herc back in the day. Although Ilya doesn't have to do that anymore because they buffed the shit out of him. But yeah, I inherently dislike solos like that because they're very. Although it's still okay. Let me put it this way: like a lot of units. I mean, I don't know at 120, but a lot of units can't solo the dragon, right? So let's say a unit is within 2 turns of soloing the dragon, but reliably they're just not getting those 2 turns, right? And so if you get really fucking good RNG, right? Especially at the beginning, you get like set up to get the ball rolling. It gives you those 2 turns of value, right? That's still cool and that's still worth mentioning because there are other units that can bullshit the same way, right? They can get that stupid RNG, they can reset a bunch or just get miracle RNG throughout the run, but they'll still fail, right? They'll still fall on their face, and even with that big RNG, they're not doing it. So it is worth noting that, hey, this unit can do it with really good RNG, but it's not the same thing at all as a unit that can just reliably do it even when the shitty stuff happens, right? And again, I don't like that in the FGO community where people like, and again, it's not like it's not important. Soloing is just YouTube bullshit. Like, I mean, who cares? But I don't like when you have like solos that are just reliant on, really unlikely things, especially at the beginning. And that's what everyone does. I know why. Because again, I solo. I know why people do this. People realize, okay, Ilya can almost solo Herc, but he can't. If you just sit there and like play through the game, like back in the day how Ilya was versus Herc, and every attempt you let it play out, you let every attempt play out, Ilya's win rate is like 10%, right? And it might not even be that good. It is really bad, right? So if you're just naturally playing it, you're like, oh wow, yeah, Herc kind of just has his number, the things just don't line up the way they need to. It just don't work. And actually, if you played it out like a normal solo, Ilya would actually never win. Because you actually only win when you pick a Brave Chain that makes no sense and it happens to get lucky, right? That's literally the only way it works. Now that's worse. That's actually, now I think about it, that is worse than what Sheba would have to do. So I take that back. But you know, that's not really like soloing it, you know, air quotes, right? That is just doing, you know, manipulating. And so back to the why you would reset at the beginning is because you realize, okay, so I need some bullshit RNG to happen, right? I need like 2 turns of value that I normally don't have to win. Now this fight is like 15 turns. And if I want to get those 2 turns of value through like getting really good crits, like more crits than normal throughout the run, I'm gonna have to do all 15 turns to see if I got the RNG, right? So like some units that are failing by 1 or 2 turns, for real, if they just crit a crap load throughout the whole run, they get the 2 turns. And they're done, right? But most people don't want to do that. That takes way too much time. I mean, that can take hours and hours and hours to do that. So what people do is they make a setup that is like bullshit, right? That's not reliable at the start. But if it gets really lucky, it gets like, you know, way better value, like through picking cards that you're not supposed to pick, like Ilya, right? You know, Ilya relying on like a bullshit buster crit that's probably not going to happen. And so you keep resetting until that miracle thing happens. And then you start playing like normal. See, that's why I don't like them. No one plays that way, right? You rely on bullshit combos that you're not supposed to do, and you just happen to get lucky and it works. And then once you get that 2 turns of value within the first few turns of the solo, now you know you don't need RNG anymore. So now you play it straight, right? Now you just do the guaranteed value plays and stuff, and then you win. And I'm telling you, this is a lot of videos on YouTube. It's a lot of them because, again, I do solos. I know what these fucking people are doing. And sometimes I don't mind it if it's like a boss that is like so outrageously hard to solo, right? And I think I've done this a few times, but I normally will say it in the description or a YouTube comment. Sometimes you have a boss that is so hard to solo, basically no one can do it unless they get bullshit RNG, right? Right, it is just so hard to solo, no one can do it without bullshit RNG. And so if I want to make a solo video, I'll do the bullshit RNG, but then I will say in the comments, this, you know, it's kind of nonsense, you have to do this, but, you know, the value in this fight is just too high and you can't do it, right? I don't think most people do that. Most people are like trying to show off, oh look, this unit can do it, but it's like, it's more like if you babysit the shit out of them and get like ludicrous RNG, then they can do it. That's just not the same thing. Okay, that's my TED Talk for today. It's an interesting topic though, because a lot of people, because Otto knows what he's talking about. I don't mean to like, I don't mean to like belittle Otto. Otto knows what he's doing, but I think he has different standards than me is the point. But the thing is, most people aren't as good at the game or understand the game as well as Otto does, and so they think 2 things are like equivalent when one of them is like, you know, just utter nonsense, right? And then another one is like, oh yeah, this works 95% of the time or 100% of the time. Like there are solos with like a Ku and Kidu, Hot Wheels and stuff that you can have every crit miss, right? You can have every MP low roll. You can have the boss just do everything to screw you over and you'll still win, right? Like there are times where like your unit is just the right fucking unit for the job. They counter the boss really good and they've got the value just so in the bag that everything can go wrong and you can still win. But that doesn't actually happen very often. Normally, if like something just crazy stupid happens, like I said, there's always RNG. There's just times where like the boss can just like triple buster crit you on the one turn you don't have like invulnerability or whatever, and then you're screwed. So yeah, there's always a degree of just nonsense. But again, that's actually why I like Ku. I really stand by this because I have soloed so much in this game. Ku is one of the most consistent units like ever. Because he doesn't need to crit at specific times, and he does generate enough stars that he is going to get crits throughout the run. And it just doesn't really, for him, it just doesn't really matter when. There's maybe occasionally a fight that is just so hard that you can barely do it. Then you might need to get like crits at the right time. But that's very rarely do I ever need crits at a specific time on Ku. And the way Ku plays, he's actually less susceptible to bad RNG. Because if a boss triple buster crits him, Ku probably has evade up, invulnerability up, or guts. Like, so just statistically speaking, he probably has one of those things, and so it won't matter that he got triple buster crit. So he just has way less RNG that he has to deal with, and I really like that. And there's a few other units like that too. It's not Ku specific, but I really like that Ku. He uses craft essences that have like Golden Sumo, right? Like, and Golden Sumo is very reliable value because you don't need to get a bunch of starting NP like from good deck shuffles and what have you. And you know, it's
you know, it's just you're getting the value, you're getting your NP and you're getting the damage because it doesn't matter. Because if you need like, oh shit, I need to do an art card where I normally wouldn't, the attack up is still helping you, right? By the way, this is actually a golden sumo sellout, but you know, Ku is just great, right? He's awesome. He's just very reliable, and I'm a big fan of that. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm trying to think of what are some other units that are really reliable like that. Let's see. Like Gramps, I would actually say isn't, even though Gramps is like really good. Gramps oftentimes is susceptible to like getting crit and then having his guts proc way earlier than it's supposed to, and stuff like that. Let's see. Avenger Ushi. Let me think. I mean, yeah, she's pretty reliable, I would say. The thing about Ushi is she is actually so broken that she wins so fast that the RNG just doesn't matter. She's like she does have a survivability like type. Now I wouldn't agree with Kama. I'll get into Kama in a second because she's a really unique case. But Avenger Ushi is like obliterating the opponent like so well that even if she gets like the minimum value out of her survivability, she'll probably win anyway. And she does have a guaranteed minimum that she can get out of her survivability that is fairly high. Like even if she always gets crit and stuff like that. So that does make her very reliable. Okay, so here's the thing about Kama. Kama gets significantly more value if she gets good RNG, because she can potentially NP an extra time throughout a run, which might charm an extra time, which is an extra survival turn. And especially when the enemies have magic resist. She has some guaranteed charms if you line it up properly, but not all of them, right? And if she misses a charm, it does hurt her a lot. It's easy to not notice though, because her value is so great that she can afford to lose value, right? Which I guess is similar to Ushi in a way. It's just that Ushi wins so quickly that you don't even notice if the value was lost, where you're probably going to notice it with Kama because she normally doesn't win like nearly as quickly. But Kama is so good that she can do really well regardless. And same for Gramps, right? That's the thing, a good solo unit does well even when shit goes bad, right? Like Fujino. Yeah, Fujino, Ku, Gramps, Enkidu. Actually, I tell you what though, Enkidu does have a bigger gap in RNG than some of the other ones. He really does. Unless they have Divinity, then never mind. But if they don't have Divinity, the reason is Enkidu is susceptible to just exploding and dying before he ever gets to heal. And you don't want to heal too soon because you don't want to whiff it, right? So Enkidu only has his one turn of guaranteed I'm not dying. He has the evade and that's it. Now he does have crit down, which lowers the odds of him exploding out of nowhere. And you have your Mystic Code. But that can happen. He really does have a much bigger gap with that than like Ku does, even Kama does. Like I've used Enkidu a lot. It's a very noticeable thing. Where like Enkidu, and actually Enkidu is also bad against enemies that do an abnormally high amount of normal card damage, like turn to turn. Because you'll have that awkward moment where like, okay, I have 8,000 health, but he actually might kill me here. But I don't want to heal and like whiff a bunch of my heal. And so you have to do like that guess turn. I hate that. And Enkidu unfortunately is one of those units. Now you could always play it safe, right? And you could always heal early. But you know, generally there goes some of your value. But he is one of those units that has so much value that he can win anyway a lot of the time. Yeah, God June is kind of like that, but God June is kind of different though, because you can kill him so quick. Because God June is actually really different because you assume he is going to one-shot you, right? You assume you're not getting a turn out of your health bar, like ever, right? Which is really abnormal. But yeah, Enkidu does definitely have a gap where like his RNG can just annihilate him. And because I use Enkidu and Ku, I compare them to each other very often because I have them both. I have them both upgraded a lot. I like them both Lancers, and I like soloing, so it's very common that I use them both. And there are times that like Enkidu, if things go well, will win better than Ku does. But sometimes like, oh shit, just the timing with the heal didn't work out and I just died, right? Like that happens sometimes. But that really never happens with Ku. The only things that ever really go bad with Ku is when the fight is really hard and you need to get like one extra turn out of guts before it procs, and you just happen to just take a little bit too much damage. But that Ku rarely has to rely on that, I find. Like rarely. Where Enkidu has to rely on the health thing often. And it's because Enkidu, like, all he has is the one evade and the one heal, right? And he can normally use the evade more than once, but a lot of times he can't use the heal more than once. Because like generally Ku can actually cast his guts a second time, at least, yeah, even if it procs early, right? Especially because it gave him the cooldown reduction on his buff. So he's still at least getting it twice. Where Enkidu is like, I have the one heal and I need to maximize it, and because you're trying to maximize it, sometimes you just die before ever using it at all. Where Ku, you get like a warning. It's like, oh shit, I died too fast and my guts procced, but I'm still alive. The run's not over. I'm not dead. Where like with Enkidu, if you mess up, you're just dead, right? And like this happens a lot with like Buster units that need their first guts to be like the anniversary blonde guts or a one-turn guts they have. It's super annoying because you're sitting there at like, you know, 6k health and it's like, okay, do I need to cast the one-turn guts or not? Because then you cast it and they don't kill you and now you just wasted it, right? So you have to like, that really sucks, right? And Enkidu is kind of like that in a weird way. But yeah, that's back on solo like etiquette, right? No, there's no, again, like what I'm talking about earlier, I'm literally just describing, you know, how I prefer it, right? And I you know, of course it's my opinion, like I'm not going to talk about someone else's opinion, but I feel like on death is like the most, I think the best way to do taunts is either no CE whatsoever or on death NP, because on death NP just, it puts almost everyone on the same playing field, and you're not worrying, if you get good RNG, you just go into overcharge. It doesn't help you, right? You can't, because this is why I don't like no NP on death, is because it almost incentivizes you to get really lucky, because then you start hunting for just getting really good hands. Where if you have NP on death, you don't really care if you got good hand or bad hand. Like, yeah, it's annoying if you don't get like damage in early or whatever. Like it can matter, but you don't care very much because you're pretty much the same opening is going to happen every time, right? Because if you have starting NP. Because that's the thing, NP on death encourages you to bring starting NP and just be like, okay, I get my NP the second my taunts are dead, no matter what, because I have 50% starting NP and I get 40% for my taunts dying. I only need 10%. The odds of you not getting 10% within you know 2 turns is very low. And if you have your passive, it's actually impossible. It is it is physically impossible because you have 50%, 20%, 70%. The 2 on deaths, you have your NP, even if they're the 15% ones, right? Because that's 30, that's 100. So you could get 0 cards and you have your NP. So it encourages you not to do like, okay, I'm going to bring Art of Death or Imaginary Round or whatever, and then just hope I get good cards. Because that's the thing. It is better, right? Like picking a CE, like Yang CE, Golden Sumo, not Golden Sumo, Yang CE, Formal Craft, you know, shit like that, they're better if you get lucky, right? Because they don't need the starting NP if they happen to get good opening hands, and now they have a long-term effect, right? As you get best of both worlds. And if you've noticed, when I use Yang CE, I don't reset when I don't get my NP, unless it's a unit that has like a 50% battery or some bullshit like that. And the reason is I am okay with paying for the benefit of the Yang CE, because the Yang CE is so good that I don't, unless you have a unit that just is like, you know, insane NP gain, triple art deck or whatever, you're probably not getting your NP on hand 1, right? And so I don't ever reset on those because you don't deserve it. And I feel the same way even if I'm doing like formal craft, and that's why I don't do formal craft. If you notice my videos, I almost never bring CEs that don't have starting NP unless it is a fight where the boss has NP drain, or you have like way more time before the boss than normal, or the unit's NP sucks, right? You don't care about it. I almost never do it, right? Even though it's better, almost every unit is better if you don't bring starting NP and you just get lucky and they get their NP anyway. But I don't like that kind of RNG because it's I mean, it's bullshit. It's like it's so unreliable. Normally it's not even a 50-50. But then if you happen to get lucky, you end up benefiting way more. Like with Golden Sumo, it's very good, right? You're not holding yourself back, right, in the long run. But if you get super lucky, right, you happen to get like super lucky, you don't actually benefit from it. If you have Golden Sumo and you get like an art chain twice in a row, you don't benefit from it. It doesn't actually help you, right? It helps you as much as anything else would have, right? And that's, I think, you know, if someone disagrees with me, I want to hear it, right? Because other people do this stuff, and I'm curious if there's a different perspective here. But I feel like that's the better way of doing it, where you're not caring about the RNG with your taunt walls, because you don't get the opportunity to benefit, but you also don't have the opportunity for something to go really, really wrong, right? It's consistent, it's reliable, And yeah, I just think that's fair because I think you're getting enough benefit from just having the 2 turns of the taunts or 1 turn or whatever from if they're like the boss's AoE. The 1 turn you're getting from that I think is like that's good enough, right? So I don't like doing stuff like, okay, my unit doesn't need the starting NP. Like on death, you don't need the NP on death. So instead of bringing it, because I don't need it, I have battery or I've got like a triple art deck or whatever. So I'm gonna like get even more value, and I'm gonna bring 500-year obsession. So now I get my NP on turn 1, right, when my taunts are dead, and also the boss is NP sealed, right? I never do that. I don't think I've ever done that in any of my videos ever. I inherently really dislike that kind of gameplay because you're just you're taking it, you're looking for good RNG and you're trying to take advantage of it, and a lot of times you're trying to accomplish something that you can't do without it, right? I don't like that. But a lot of people do it. I'm very much, my opinion is in the minority on this because I think the majority of people that like to do solo videos, they will be like, oh, I don't need the starting NP from on death, so I'll do the defense up one, or I'll do the NP seal one, or I think most people do that. And I've actually thought about just not bringing CEs at all. The reason I don't do that is just because the variance is going to get a lot higher than, especially for some units that have bad NP gain. I really just like NP on death, starting NP, you're just set, right? I think that's the best. And for the dragons, I think this is worth talking about real quick because we do the dragon a lot. The reason the dragon has a rush is it has nothing to it has like almost nothing to do with any of the typical stuff of like RNG and whatnot. It is simply because it guarantees that pretty much everyone starts on the same footing. Where if I didn't do it, there's going to be massive variance on like if someone picked a starting in PCE and blah 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 blah, or if someone gets unlucky and doesn't kill one of the golems, then the whole run is screwed, right? Because like if you don't have a rush, your NP gain can potentially be higher, but then you have a risk of not killing the golems, blah 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 blah. I want everybody to be pretty much, we get in there, you have your starting NP, you have your NP on turn 1, and you just go from that, and that's that. I still try to play as well as I can because I don't want to like intentionally like not take the stars if I can get the stars or whatever. And like generally if someone picks an NP or a CE that doesn't have a starting NP and they don't get their NP on turn 1, I don't generally reset unless we're sitting there and like, okay, let's just see what happens if they get it, right? But generally I won't reset. I'm like, if they don't get it, they don't, that's the risk you take. The only time I'd be like, that was, bullshit, is if they're like a triple art deck, they have really high NP gain, stuff like that, and they just kept getting like Chin cards and George cards, every time. But okay, let's see. That's enough of solo etiquette. But yeah, I don't ever make, like, outside of my channel, I don't ever make a big deal about this stuff. I never go to other people's YouTube videos and, be like, oh my god, you're bringing, a 500-year obsession, and you're just resetting until you get good hands, so you get the starting NP anyway. That's what a lot of them do, but I'm not, if that's what they want to do, that's what they want to do. But like that's the really good example, actually, though. I really do see that a lot. You'll see someone pick a unit that does not have abnormally good starting NP. It'll be in fights too, where like the boss NPs every 3 turns, like really quickly, and like the NP's a problem. And if the enemy, if like the boss NPs like 2 times or 3 times within a certain amount of turns, and you can't win within a certain amount of turns, this is what I see people do. Like, what I just described happens a lot. There's a lot of bosses like that where they'll just NP 1 too many times right before you win, and you physically can't win. Like, no matter how the RNG goes, you can't win. So what people do is they put 500-year obsession on a taunt so that the NPs are delayed, and now you have enough time to win, and then they just keep resetting until they happen to get their NP when the taunts die. Like, I absolutely do not like that stuff, right? I don't like playing the game that way. I don't like even if, right, like the RNG for that to work is like 50-50, I don't like making a strategy around RNG, right? Even if the RNG is like 50-50 or 60-40 even, right? I just don't like doing that. That's why I never like get, and it's actually kind of annoying too, because I get YouTube comments sometimes where people like, why didn't you bring 500-year obsession? Because you don't need the on death and stuff. I get comments like that a decent amount for like when it's like a hard fight, and I'm just like, the whole point to me is like, you bring X right? Like you make your whatever your criteria is for soloing, and if you want to be 500-year obsession, that's fine. But then always bring 500-year obsession, right? So then when you have a unit that comes in with absolute garbage in P gain, it's actually a problem, right? And I really prefer that. I like setting a standard, and then it's like, can I meet this standard or not? I don't like moving the goalposts around, you know, based around what unit I happen to be using or what the fight is. And there's a degree of hypocrisy here, because I will actually make an exception if the fight is so goddamn hard that like almost no one can solo it, and the only units that can solo it have to like bullshit it a little bit, right? Like they have to get that really good opening hand RNG or whatever. I haven't done it often, but I can think of like 2 or 3 times where I have done that. But I make that exception because it is so hard and hardly anything soloing it. But yeah, no, that you know, I do break my standard from time to time, and but yeah, I at least try to like, you know, bring attention to it, and I try not to like pass it off as something that it's not. All right, let's see here. I keep forgetting I'm supposed to look at my all slot. Let's use someone that was already on our friends list. I think we haven't really done any of those. Hey, Sharkwato. Be interesting to use Musashi, but Berserkers are like too good here. You know what? I just said Berserkers are too good here, but this Berserker in particular is really bad at soloing. This is actually like mean. I like the 1, 2, 3. Thank you for the 48-month sub, dude. That is such a long time. We're getting into the big boy years here. Yeah, I like checking out people's 120 servants. I mean, I like doing both, right? Obviously 120 is like really abnormal, so it's also fun to see like how a unit does when they're just like kind of, you know, upgraded properly. You know, they're like 90 or even 100, right? And then there's just that, or like 120 is like this really abnormal thing that goes beyond what the unit can do. The only thing I don't like about 120, and actually because of this, I may have preferred they just never added 120 and they did something else to signify your favorite character. 120 is so high statted that it gets to the point where I'm not sure, I have to play around with them more, you know, there's not a lot of 120s out there, especially on JP, but I really think 120 is getting into the territory that you're so overstated for the content that you can strong arm just so much that you just shouldn't. And and the reason that's a problem is, one, it's kind of boring, but more so, you stop seeing the difference between like 100 Face and Izo, or like Cersei and Sheba, right? Like, because when you're 120, your stats just get so high that you're winning through muscle, like just the raw stat of it, more so than anything else, right? And it becomes, and at that point, if everyone can do it, like if everyone at 120 can do it, there's no distinction here. There's no like, oh wow, this guy can solo this thing, that's crazy, right? There's none of that if like everybody can solo it, right? So I don't really like that, and I do feel like, of course, there's always going to be some content that is so hard that even at 120, it's going to be difficult, but that's not even most challenge quests. Like, it really isn't. Like, there's a lot of units that if they get, like, especially 5 stars, and maybe 4 stars, but they just get so high statted at that point that it's too much. Yeah, like, 120 Medea, you're not, you know, that's not a big deal. Because she's a 3-star, she's not very good anyway, you know, yada, yada, yada. Because like the stats from 100 to 120 are the same for everybody, right? You're gaining, everyone gains the exact same stats, right? So if the whole cast is at 100 and now you take the whole cast to 120, right? Whoever had the inherently highest stats is obviously going to be in the best place now. They're going to reach the highest highs, right? And that's obviously 5 and 4 stars, right? Because they're just the highest statted. And their stats are just so high at that point that, like, look at Okita, right? Okita is a really good solo unit, but she absolutely is not as good as like Kama, Ku, Enkidu, King Asan. She's not that level, right? She's not. But she's really good. But the thing is, when you take all of those units I just listed, and they're all 120, right? They're probably all strong enough to beat the content, unless they're being counterclassed or, you know, or whatever. But like if they're all in neutral or whatever, they're probably all gonna work. like all of them, right? And at that point, it's kind of like, well, there's no distinction here, right? Like basically the enemy stats are not high. They're not high enough to accommodate for 120s, especially for gold units, right? Like for like a Kojiro, it's fine. Kojiro at 120 is basically a 4-star at 100, right? So that's not a big deal. If anything, that's like justice for him. But I would say for like the majority of the units, they're going to overstat, and if they, they can play bad, or they can have a bad toolkit for the fight, or what. And there's no distinction. It's just like, yeah, I have so much high stats, I'm just winning. And we'll see. We haven't done enough 120s yet for the dragon. Not that the dragon is like the best standard ever, but like he's something. But I kind of feel like most units at 120, even if they're not very good, are going to be able to beat it. We'll see. Like we'll probably find out eventually. When we do it enough, I think we will find out. Especially for 4 stars and 5 stars. That's probably not going to be true for like the low stars, right? Just because they're still, because the low stars are basically becoming what the 5 stars were before, right? And so I know this because I've done it before a lot. The most 4 and 5 stars at class neutral could not solo the dragon, right? They could do pretty well, but most 4 and 5 stars could not solo the dragon before. Now there was still a lot that could, but there were more that couldn't, right? And I feel like the 1 to 3 stars, when they're 120, they're kind of they're moving into that. That's the territory they're going into. We're like, yeah, a lot of them are going to be able to do it, but even more will not, right? And the 4 and 5 stars are ascending into, yeah, now all of us can do it, right? Because where they were before was a lot of us can do it, but even more can't. But now you move their stats up, and now it's like basically all of us can do it now, right? Where the 1 to 3 stars are going for them, basically none of us can do it, to now, okay, a healthy chunk of us can do it, but still a lot of us can't. I really think that's what's happening. Now, maybe the stat growth is not quite to that point, because what I just said is inevitability, right? I'm not like, this is not some theory crafting. What I just said is literally like just how stats work. So if the stat, growth is like high enough, it will become what I just said. But I don't know if that's actually the case or not. But yeah, I don't really like that. I think it's too much. It makes things less special. Because even for challenge quests, fighting things like Fluffy and whatnot, I just think it's less interesting. And I think people have already had that thought. And that's why I started leveling another coup to 100. Is because if someone wants to like show off, like, oh wow, look how good this unit is, but they're 120, everyone's gonna be like, well, yeah, but they're 120, right? And so you don't really get anything out of it. So I don't really like that. And I imagine the player base is going to be kind of dumb about it, and they're going to be like, oh yeah, but they're 120, and it's fucking like a 1-star, right? And then fuck off. But yeah, I think that's going to happen. And I even feel that way to a degree because I know how powerful 120s are. Okay, let's see here. So we are using Yang CE, I do believe. So we don't have our NP. Let's hope the dragon doesn't instantly kill us here. We need to do burn, and I guess we just do quick art, and then hope we get our NP right there. 120 Fluffy Aussie. So yeah, actually Fluffy's a great example, right? Like when everyone is at like their typical, because like it's easy to get a unit, like it's easy to get Robin Hood to 90, right? If like Robin Hood's your boy, right? Or if you even get Robin Hood to 100, right? That's not rare. But it is incredibly rare to get Robin Hood to 120, right? So if someone's like, okay, I'm going to use Robin Hood as my primary DPS for Fluffy, and he's like 90 or 100 or whatever, people aren't really going to care. Because like, yeah, it's easy to match Robin in value with like, a regular 5-star that's not grailed. And then like, of course, if you're like a big fan of Robin, he's going to at least be 90, right? But if Robin is 120, not only is that outrageously rare, but like legitimately, it may not be matchable by a typical other unit, right? Because like that really is really strong, right? Same for coup and stuff like that. And so with Fluffy, right? When Fluffy came out, right, we didn't have 120s, right? They like just added the coin system. There were no 120s. You saw clear distinctions between Enkidu. Like Enkidu being better than most people, MHXX being better than most people, stuff like you could see those Hot Wheels. There were these DPSs that really stood out. Like, okay, yeah, they really work for Fluffy, right? And it's because of them, right? They're good for Fluffy. If you're 120, you can't tell. Even if you are Enkidu and you truly are good for Fluffy, even at level 90, if he's 120, you can't tell. He's strong arming it so hard, you have no idea if Fluffy or if Enkidu is good for Fluffy or not. And then you have another unit that like before wasn't really quite good enough to like really like be able to win on like their own merits, opposed to getting carried. If they're 120, they're going to be able to win now without getting carried just because they're 120. So before, right, there was a difference between them and Enkidu, and now there's not, right? You can only cross the finish line once, right? So it does, you can't like overachieve. So when you have units like Enkidu going from I can do it without being upgraded into I now super do it while being upgraded, that it doesn't really matter, right? Where you have another unit that goes from I can't do it at all to okay, now I can do it, right? So now they're both getting to the same place. Now, I don't know, maybe some people are like, I don't care, I'd rather have my favorite unit be able to do really well, and I guess that's fair enough. But, you know, I like video games having... I'm at 196 NP. Okay, well, we'll just hope we don't get... Fuck, what do I do here? That really sucks. Because now it's going to be hard to get my crit turn. I'm not going to lie, I think what we do... Yeah, no, this... I think this is right. We do this, and we hope it goes to the Buster cards, which it did. That was good. Let's see, we don't do our Star Absorb. We absolutely do not want to do that, because that will reshuffle the stuff, and we don't want that. Okay, and then we do this, and now what we want to do is we want guts, we want to not guts, we want to not die here, and then we NP next turn. This could be good. Like this could be really good if this works out. This is a perfectly good, like, yeah, there you go, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, just don't kill me. And then we get to crit one more time if he doesn't kill me here. Alright, fantastic. Now we do this. Getting 2 crit turns is like the most you can really ask for. I think you do Buster NP quick. Yeah, because that does pretty solid damage and then makes a lot of stars. So by the way, the only reason he shoots the minigun while riding the jet is because they didn't want to make people upset that liked his NP before. So he basically had to do his NP animation from before, but then obviously they wanted to work in the jet because that's like the thing. But it's really stupid because the only reason he ever used the jet's gun like that was because the jet was destroyed. He's not an idiot. Like, there's literally... Why would you pull the gun out of the jet and shoot it like that? That's fucking stupid, right? It's actually really annoying to me because they make note of how Lancelot, although a berserker, still has tactics. Like, he still can skillfully use his weapons. He knows to work with Diarmid when his master is, like, trying to side with whatever the fuck his master's name is. Like, he's not that kind of crazy. You know, he is crazy, but not like that. Right? He knows how to use his weapons properly. He knows to not like tear his own jet apart, right? So I really annoys me that they did that but they did it because they didn't want to make people upset that liked his NP before, right? But in my opinion, the way to do it is give him 2 NP animations. You can go to your profile and you can switch between the 2 NP animations. So you could have made the NP basically what it was before, essentially, right? And then you can have the new one that's just the jet, right? That's like the way to go. Don't start with me. Don't start with me. Sides with Canis, No. Obviously, you make the animation update for his old NP, which takes no work, by the way. And also, they already did the work because they already made him doing his old NP on top of his new NP, right? So you don't literally use the old NP and it just shows his old sprite and all that bull. You don't do that, like, duh, right? You obviously make the updated version of him shooting the minigun, right? You do that, right? But then you make a full NP animation for him staying in the jet, right? Like, of course you don't play out the, you know, old sprite and all that stupid shit. And that's very little work. What I just described is very little work because they already did most of it by having him do basically 2 NPs at the same time, right? So they already did most of it. You'd have to make the jet one a little bit longer, but that's very little work, right? And especially because the jet is a full CGI model that they already created, right? So, I mean, there's very little work that needs to be done here to make 2 separate NP animations for him. And they already do that, right? We already have units that have 2 NP animations. Hell, we have some that have more than that, but all right. We are going to die, obviously. I think we do the shuffle because we did not get that many Buster crit stuff. That is worse, kind of. But you know, we tried. All right. Honestly, Lancelot did pretty damn good for being a unit that is just. I mean, he has no survivability in his entire kit. He doesn't have a defense up, doesn't have damage cut, doesn't have tack down, evade, anything. That was pretty good. That was kind of cool. If he was not 108, he'd probably be more like in here-ish range, but like, you know, it's kind of sad because actually a lot of Berserkers can solo this, right? Like, if they have like some survivability and like burst, they can. I mean, a lot of them can't too. I will say a lot of them can't too, but still, you know, that was good for Lancelot having the problems that he has. Yeah, we did get bullshit crits at the end there. To be fair, like that's definitely not the average run. We did though get our NP later than normal, but that didn't really matter because we would only ever getting your NP late only matters really if you can NP twice. But I don't think Lancelot ever would have NP'd twice. I wish Icy was here because he uses Lancelot all the time. I'm not gonna lie, chat. I solo a lot, but I don't solo a lot with Lancelot Berserker. But I don't think there's. I don't see us NPing. The only way I would have seen us NPing twice is if like you really tried to, and you had like starting NP. You have your NP on turn 1. You do like Merlin on art card. You use it on your NP turn. You know, you like go for it, and then you definitely could. Actually, you could do it reliably, probably guaranteed with the guts. But I think you lose too much value that way. It's not like that good. Okay, chat. I need to eat. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap up here. We will. I will get my food, right, and then I will be back in like 20 minutes, and we'll do some Arknights because I am. Arknights, I've always liked Arknights gameplay, but they have increased my love of that game so much by first off having lots of main interludes that allow you to replay the challenging content, and then the new game mode. The new game mode is so good. I like the game so much now. I already liked it, but like I'm so into Arknights now. It's ridiculous, and that's why I want FGO to copy them because FGO has got everything it needs to just like be the shit, right? Like because a lot of what Arknights did is translatable to FGO, right? They're actually similar enough that it's very translatable. They could have story replay. They could have challenge modes for the story nodes. They could main interlude events and allow you to replay the challenge quests. They can do all these things. There's no reason they can't do these things. And that alone would make me like FGO a lot more. But they absolutely could add game modes like Arknights is doing. But here's the thing I want to say before I go, because this is truly why Arknights has won me over here, is because they added a game mode, but it's not shallow. Because you can tell they were working on that game mode behind the scenes for a long time. They were not like, hey, let's just slap a roguelike together and just put it out there. You know, I would recommend Sharkwater you trying it sometime. The bad thing is it takes a second to get to the new game mode. Like the new game mode is so good, it is really a game within a game. Like it is. I stand by that. It is completely as flushed out as like a proper, like full game, right? And I think a lot of people will actually like that game more than actual Arknights. But anyway, you have to, you know, progress a bit to be able to really play it. But anyway, what worries me is that what FGO might do if they ever add a new game mode is they're not going to do their due diligence. They're not going to take their time. They're not going to flush it out. Right, because Grail Front is not flushed out. It is shit, right? It is an insult to compare like Grail Front to like what Arknights just did, right? Because Arknights blatantly was like, okay, we want to add a new game mode. It's going to be permanent. It doesn't even take AP to play it. You can just play it for fun. And they were like, let's take our time. Let's, you know, do things to give a good replay value. And from what I've heard on the Chinese server, they've actually made it even better. They've added even more replay value to it and like more content to it. But like it's completely flushed out. You know, it's not just like this phoned in thing. You know, they've got like a perfectly proper roguelike experience there. And I'm worried that if FGO tries to add a boss rush mode or a new game plus mode, all that's really hard to fuck up. But or a roguelike mode, although they could do it. I think FGO might be better for it. I think FGO might be slightly better at incorporating a roguelike mode than Arknights. But I think they will fuck it up. I think they will be lazy. I think they'll try to throw it, you know, they won't put in the time to make it good. But I hope I'm wrong. I will be so happy if FGO gets like a fully flushed out side game mode that doesn't take AP. You just play it for fun. You know, it's big replay value. If they do that and they do it properly, right, and I can think of so many ways for them to make it good. I think FGO has more variety in what they can do with boss fights and with designing stages that are supposed to be done with like solo or and then you have another stage that's supposed to be done with 6 units. They have so much they can do like that. And if they like properly do, like if they're doing a roguelike, that's not the only thing they can do, but if they properly do like the different power-ups and like the gimmicks for the enemies and it's properly hard enough, I think it could just be incredible, man. I think FGO could just really revitalize itself if it would do something like that. And maybe they will, but the video game industry has a tendency of like looking at what other developers are doing and then trying to copy it but phoning it in and like superficially trying to do it. Like they'll look at something another dev is doing, and what the other dev is doing is successful because the other dev is like putting in quality, right? And then they try to copy the surface level, like, oh, copy the game genre they made, but then don't do the quality, right? That happens a lot. That's actually like the standard in the video game industry. Well, you'll have a hit game and then everybody copies the superficial aspects of it instead of like the meat of it. And yeah, I'm worried FGO would do that, but we'll see. That we haven't seen enough of like the new management of FGO to know. Like I have no idea. I think they it's easy to be like, oh, DW please, but they're not DW anymore, right? So we'll just have to see. Anyways, I'll be back in like 20 minutes. Thank you for hanging out. For those who are just here for FGO, I'll be doing Arknights in a bit, and yeah, hopefully I will see you then. And for everyone else, take care.